Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は326日目です。It is day 326. Today is lesson day. So we are doing our second half of level 31? No, level 31. Yes, level 31. So we're expecting, what, 60-ish lessons? It shouldn't be too bad. Last time we booked it really quickly. Let's see how this one goes. Right into it here. Uh-oh. How do I do... Is this just straight up reverse? Reverse is... It's not Saka. Huh. Dang. Stymied right from the start. Oh no, it's Gyaku.
Gyaku.
Gyaku. Okay. Ooh. Alright. Try not to have too many of those.
貯める
怒らせる
怒らせる
痛み止め
痛み止め
Happy Thanksgiving, Bree. I'm doing pretty well. Pretty well today. How are you? Have you returned from your Thanksgiving? How was that? Or are you going to it soon? Usually I've associated Thanksgiving to be during the day and not in the evening. So that's why I asked in that way. Yep, you had it super early around 1 p.m. Yep, that sounds about right. Decent? Ooh, tell me a little bit about it. 睡眠薬
睡眠薬
極めて
揃う
壊れ物
見つめる
眠り薬
眠り薬
道に迷う。
道に迷う。普通に、oops. Ah!
お吸いぬ。
普通に。Oh there, Mika. Well, since your partner's mom has a gluten allergy, right? You mentioned that. It was as good as it could be with that limitation, right? You had turkey, gravy, green beans with almonds and garlic, roasted sweet potato slices, and stuffing. Most was decent, just a bit bland. That's understandable. Do you not have, like... I imagine then you don't use accommodations, like, afterwards? Like spices and whatnot afterwards, or is that something of a taboo?
お酢。
織物。
織物。
Let's see. 緊張する。
緊張する。
Oh. Oops. Ah.
直進。
直進。L for shitashi and ryori. Shitashi, I mean, what did I mention for shitashi? When you're really close, when you're close to your relatives, you share intimate details, right? Kind of like when going to the bathroom. And ryori, I already mentioned the materials. The logic behind a material is a cookbook, so cooking or cuisine. What I typically have come to use. Reverse. Uh-oh. Setsu. Reverse. Saga? Saga setsu? No. Wait, no. What was the read on reverse? Oh yeah, gyaku. You mean you put salt on it, but that was about it. She does try to spice things, like no, she uses different kind of... But you don't, maybe it's a brand, or maybe she doesn't use enough. But a lot of times the food is just decent. Sweet potato slices are the highlight though. You love those things. You could eat an entire jeep pan of them. That's fair enough. We use Terrible Family first. Yes, you mentioned that. And you're sort of having issues with remember what it is, but then suddenly remember after flipping the card, including remembering associations. Yeah, that's yeah, so there's no active recall. You're relying on triggers. So Terrible Family kind obviously doesn't work then. You can make the Terrible Family and elaborate on the Terrible Family. That's how you would form the association. If that's what you're using and that's what you're remembering, if you're recalling that, then it's an association. If you're not recalling that and you're triggering it, then it's a triggered after the fact. So it's not a recall association, but a triggered one. One's passive and the other one's active. That's the word I would use.
Yaksetsu.
Yaksetsu. Hanazumari.
Hanazumari.
Hanazumari. Okay.
照
照ら
らす
す。照らす。
眠るけ土器
土器。
居眠り
り。地下街。
地下街
地下街は underground shopping mall. 逆らう。
逆らう
逆らう。Probably no. To oppose something. I mean, it's fine. You can recall the things you remember by the English to Japanese, but yeah, it just doesn't work the other way. And the way to do about it is to reverse the order. If you're saying it doesn't work the other way, then you do Japanese to English as an exercise.
迷
迷
わす
わす。I do all the directions. I practice all the directions. Your little old lady, old Chihuahua came along and she definitely won the cuteness award. Aw, what she got? She got a new coat. It's white and fluffy with a pink bow. That's really cute. You look like an adorable little clown. Well, that is definitely a silver a highlight. I remember visiting people. So my family do not have pets. My mother is deathly afraid of other living things. So whenever we are invited occasionally, it's like spotty every once in a while. We would go, and usually the pets are the unique experience. Most of them are cats and dogs, right? Shepherds and whatnot. Hell, there, Danny. You usually do Japanese English, but that's not really the point here. I disagree. That you do Japanese to English. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. You're remembering things from English to Japanese. You're not remembering things from Japanese to English. So you changed up the two things. The first comment you made is remembering things from English to Japanese. What you're doing is still English to Japanese, looking at Japanese to English. Those are two different things. That is not the point. The entire point is missed. You go from doing your exercises from Japanese to English. You're remembering it from English to Japanese. So now you have to do Japanese. Now you do English to Japanese by looking at it in reverse. So it will try to force you to think about Japanese to English. WaniKani does this. Not WaniKani itself, but people make Kaniwani, where they reverse the process. So you'll see English, and you're supposed to enter the Japanese, you'll see English, and you're looking for the Japanese term. Now, for the definition part, that part is going to be tough because you need to already have done the other way, which you said you do. You already do Japanese to English, and then learning English to Japanese. So you should already have the English answer. So now you're checking your answers with Japanese. That is going to take some time, and That's one of the things. Happy Thanksgiving, Danny. Happy Thanksgiving. And it's gonna be tough. It's very tough the other way around. That's not really the point. The bottom up to 10% cards, what do you call hard cards, really can be problematic. I'm only replying to it doesn't work the other way around when you say you remember English to Japanese. So for example, here I see what does this look like? Kowaraku. And then I think about the English. What does korawaku mean? Right? Wait, I think it's kowaraku. Oh no. Hold. No, okoraku. This is probability, right? Or probably. Osoraku.
おそらく
So at that time I didn't get the read first, so then I found something else, right? I always test what the word sounds like before I test other things. So I had to think about probability because I messed up the second syllable. So I rely on knowing the sound and the Japanese first before thinking about the definition. Shippan. So I see shippan. This is shippan. There's no like English in between. That is shippan. And then I ask myself, what does shippan mean? It means publication. So I didn't think about publication before I thought about what the Japanese word sounds like or the character. And then when I get stuck, I do it the other way around, which is where I pause for a moment and I think about it. So this is anger. But like, you have a few cards where you have the Japanese come to mind first. Not sure if that's good. Sometimes the English requires considering the Japanese. You do all of them. It's not 100% anything. You don't do 100% anything. I mean, you can aim for it if you want. That's something. If you're learning something, you're not 100% consistent. I think that's probably the difference here. The difference is the mindset of thinking that it's a problem or it's part of the process. You can continue to aim to make it more frequent. It's good regardless of what you're doing because you're doing it, in my opinion. And then you can make something of it. Anger. Oh, this is special. It's like ikari. Oops.
怒り
Ikari. Oops. Chinese came first for this one. Mai is my first thought on this one, for example.
効力
Makura.
枕
思い詰める
思い詰める
思い詰める Oh, this one's kind of rough. Oh, osazureri. No, no, otozureru.
訪れる
otozureru. Oru? Uru? Oh no. Very old one. Just like to concur. Delete. Which ones leave? Saru?
猿
No, Saru. This is special. Maneki neko.
招き猫
Tobashi. Toboshi.
乏しい
Bakuchi.
博打
Oh, it's the other way around. It's Bakuchi. Oh, you had that card, had trouble with it too? Sure. Yeah. Makes sense. It's a special read. I'm not entirely sure if it's written in kanji or kana more often. Oh,
壊れる
壊れる. Oh.
巨大
巨大.
我が国
我が国. From what you found, kana is listed first. Yeah, I figured. Most of the time, lots of the kanji that you learn is for like there's quite a lot of kanji in the beginning that you learn because it's for kanji learning for character recognition, but for reading purposes, it will likely be the kana. And saru would be one of them. That's why it's problematic to me, largely because I don't read it as the kanji. It's the same with like iru. Iru is shown in WaniKani. WaniKani focuses on character recognition, so they show the character regardless if kana is listed first. But I don't get repeated outputs outside of it. So whenever those things come up and they're old, they're likely because you see them in kana more often. The long answer is both still. Like life means you're not always perfect. So if you're able to express things, that's the point of it all. I think one of the things that I keep to heart is that people who are good and consistent at what they do are not the same people that keep aiming to do things correctly all the time. They're like two different things. People who do correctly and perfectly all the time are people who only do those things. People who do a lot of things consistently and well are individuals who know that they are always constantly improving. Probably the broken record that most people show, and that's, oh, I have a, you use that excuse where like, oh, I have a bad habit of not thinking things are worth if I'm not perfect. Or the self-diagnosed perfectionist situation. I think that's what I'm referring to. Those are people who do very limited skills very well at the exchange of not being able to participate in things, doing a lot of things sufficiently. Exclude. Why is that relevant? Getting to an answer many different ways is not a perfectionist mindset. It's a generalist's mindset. And then because you figure out things in many different ways, you're not going to be perfect in any one of them. Because perfection means that there's usually only one best way to do so. And it can limit your options. Unless you're perfect. Some people are near perfect, and that's what they stick to. So as long as you can manage a balance of happiness for your satisfaction. Personally, I usually settle for it's good enough for 80% of the things. The other 20%, whenever it comes up, I usually mention things that I would expect near perfection, but they're not the majority of my life, because being human, in my opinion, does not sustain trying to be perfect 80% of the time as opposed to 20% of the time. What's perfect to me is finding a solution. And what I mean by finding a solution is the solution itself is not perfect. It's the act of doing something to a satisfying degree that is perfect to me. So kind of a little bit of mental gymnastics. I think that's kind of a favorite phrase. If you want to pick up an influencer or like a content creator or self-improvement, if they say mental gymnastics, probably around the same type of mindset that I have for most things. Or consistency, routine, good enough, sufficiency. If someone used the word sufficiency, we're in the same ballpark. Really big giveaway. Riku. Okay. I remember you saying Hakubutsukan. You highlight Hakubutsukan as one of the temporary, like mid okay words. Oops. Haratatsu.
Haratatsu.
Haratatsu. Okay. Nobiru.
Nobiru.
Whoa, that's a little loud. To be prolonged.
日経
Nikkei. Gotta know what you want. Your issue with Hakubutsukan were since resolved. Okay. Hopefully it stays that way. Resolve for now. Or sufficient. Sufficient. Scared. Ketsu. Oh,
欠乏
Ketsubo. Gekido. Yeah, Gekido. Whoops.
激怒
Gekido. Anken.
判権
催
催
促する。
促する
Oh, 催促する。Oops.
登
登
る
る。
積む
積む。What? What's going? Oh. I canceled somehow. Whoops.
巨人
巨人。太陽系。
太陽系
太陽系。体系的。
体系的
誘う。
誘う
腹切り。
腹切り
Long words can be harder, remember? Sometimes you mix up letters like you thought it was Hakubutsukan. Hakubitsukan. Bitsukan. Interesting. Longer words. I'll keep that in mind.
主催する
締め切り。
締め切り 航
航
空券
空券。
初版
初版。 恐れる。
恐れる。
恐れ
それ。
貧乏。
貧乏。Uh-oh, that's not a kettle.
再建。
What? Oh, wait.
きれい。
Kire. This would be an example where kire is usually written in ana. You think during your reviews it came out with 4 slightly wrong variations? Audio was definitely a big help. Fair enough, as long as the audio is connected with the kana. Tsuku. Or Tsuku. Oh, interesting. He picked Tsuku instead of Tsuku. Meiwaku mail.
迷惑メール。
迷惑メール。
押す。
お
お
腹
腹。Oh. 冷やす。Oh no. たやす。
たやす。
たやす。健康。
健康。
What?
「直線」。
逆効果。
逆効果推
推
し
し。Commander or like director? Oh no. Not it. 腹が減った。
腹が減った
腹が減った。外務大臣。
外務大臣
外務大臣。Oh no. Just kidding. 好奇心。好奇心。抑える。
抑える。
Alright. So we finished our review. Now we have our lesson stuff for today. Audio after flipping. Sadly, you're like 90% sure you'll have to read audio on home PC, though due to how it's been mostly automated. Audio flipping, sadly, you're like 90% sure you'll have to read audio on home PC, though due to how it's been mostly automated. I don't know what that means. So before we get into lessons, I usually take a break before doing our lessons. So I'll be right back. You're adding audio in a way that bases off device files. The process used to generate the audio is quite automated, so time isn't a big issue. Yeah, but it's inconvenient that you have to add or generate audio 2x, but you're not doing the work. So it's part of the routine of making them. Because once per device, you'll have to generate audio and add it to the card as its file base. Then getting a portable device like a thumb drive or something and using a mirror so you sync between the thumb drive and whatnot will be a solution to that. Unless you're not thinking about how to make it inconvenient to you, like more convenient to you. But it's nice that you're considering other things. That also involves skills on how to make the process less quote-unquote inconvenient. But you're adding methods, so it's usually a convenience, not necessarily inconvenient. The most inconvenient thing you can do is probably not do anything about it, in my opinion. So it's kind of interesting that whenever you say something, you counter it with an inconvenience. But it is a convenience that you added. Audio is a convenience and it's generated, at least in my opinion. I think there isn't one time that you've said something in which you decided to do for your own convenience that didn't get settled and associated with an inconvenience that it comes with. The choice is to make things more convenient, and they come with things you have to do to use the convenience. It's kind of like you're learning something, but it's inconvenient because you're not perfect the first time. That's kind of how I generally feel about your most habitual habits when you talk about learning things or doing things. When you're learning something, the convenience is learning the thing. So it involves doing the things involved in learning. But the inconvenient thing is you have to learn the thing. So when you're adding audio, the convenience comes with that activity. But you choose to look at it as an inconvenience, but you're gaining a convenience because you choose to do so. I think that's kind of why when you're explaining things, it doesn't really, like, I'm a little confused because you say audio after flipping is like definitely helps, but sadly, you're like 90% sure you'll have to read audio on home PC. Like, well, yeah, that's definitely a way to do it though. And then, oh, that makes sense now due to how it's mostly automated. Well, it's mostly automated, but it doesn't have to be on your home PC. It is automated though. Like, it is automated, not sadly or unfortunately. You'll probably be able to find other ways to generate audio server side. That does involve learning a different skill. Alright, so let's get started with our lessons. Abundant, that makes sense. Abundant plus rich, or plentiful plus rich. I expect this to be of Chinese origin, right? So, whole fu.
豊富
Whole fu. Fair enough. Seal, a mark and oversee, a mark and model. So I don't expect this to change either. So, enkan.
印鑑
Inkan or Inkan. Interesting. This is that small stamp, but I kind of think of it as a hunko as well. But interesting. Legal recognized signatures stamp. I wonder, hunko maybe more archaic. You usually add audio later, as whenever you're adding audio too, you will purposely wait for someone to pronounce it on Corvo, even if it takes a day or two. You prefer hearing an actual person saying it than just using TTS. Maybe you're just lucky though, as French seems like a lot of popular language on there and usually don't have to wait long. That's fair. That sounds like a preference. Yeah. If you prefer that way, that sounds like a working flow, right? A working workflow.
印鑑
Cunt. That's fine. Detach. Interesting. As opposed to leave, it's just detach, huh? Huh. Detach kind of feels like, what is this? Li. Te. D. Oh, okay. I'm okay with that. D. Yeah, we won't need anything for this. Good. Obstruction. Obstruction. Or obstruction and harm or damage. Okay. Interesting that they link it with harm as opposed to like some sort of block. So what? Ball guy? Interference. Okay, sure.
妨害
Ball guy. Alright. Bright and showy. Intriguing. Is that gonna be a kunyomi, or is it gonna be a special own, or is this a kun and I messed up?
華やか
No, it's a kun. Hanayaka. Oh. Interesting. Oh, there's where the hana comes from. Hua, right? Isn't it? Hua? Yeah, hanayaka. So that's interesting. For the reading, think about something. Wait. Flowers are showing. It doesn't actually tell me if this is kunyomi. Kunyomi. Interesting. That might be a coincidence.
華やか
Hanayaka. Alright. Flowers are showy. That's actually pretty good. Hmm. I usually write something for coons.
華やか
Okay. I think Hana will work here. Or a ya. Field and double cars. Okay. In the car. On the ya. In the car. On the ya. Hana. Showy. Bright and showy Hana. Exist. We'll just add exist. It's fine. Alright, let's move on.
豊富
Tofu.
Inkan.
Inkan.
妨害
Bogai.
Hanayaka.
Oh, they don't take the other way around. Alright, we better write the other way around. Showy and bright. Usually I go the other way around. Nice update on the social side of things. Korean girl offered to cook together next week. Oh, what do you have any ideas on what you're... Oh yeah, here it is. No, it's not a coincidence. It is Hana. Oh, is this gonna be like... It's not gonna be... It's probably just chuka.
中華
But this is the Hana for Chinese Hana. I wonder if the kunyomi just happens to be a reverse hua. Hua ends up being flower, right? So hua. Hua and also hua happens to be hana and hana, which is interesting. You think she wanted to do a Korean dish? Like, probably like tteokbokki? Oh, Korean army stew though. You don't know anything about Korean in general, so you think it'll be an interesting opportunity? I see. Oh man, Korean army stew, some japchae. Japchae with a side of like kimchi. Kimchi and maybe like tteokbokki would be excellent. That sounds delightful. For the winter time, especially tteokbokki, fish cakes, some fish cakes. Ooh, japchae is a little out of season, but it's nice to complement a warm meal like a Korean army stew. Korean army stew is like the winter, in my opinion, the winter thing of choice. And, you know, huaguo and shabu shabu, you know, shabu shabu being Japanese and huaguo being Chinese. Very wintry things. You get a pot, meat stock, food prep, put them in and eat, like grab from a boiling pot of water, right? And well, boiling pot of broth with fresh ingredients, whatever ingredients in the local mart or in the fridge. The entirety of your experience with Asian food came down to Japanese, Chinese, Malaysian. You hear good things about Korean food though. Yeah, and army stew is very reminiscent of huaguo and dabinu. And I'm saying dabinu because Cantonese, and Malay also does that too. And shabu shabu is the Japanese one. Although you could get nabe, which may be a little bit more rustic and subtle. They all involve a hot pot. Well, nearly all of them involve some sort of stewing while eating over rice and banchan, or like sides, like pickle radish. Japchae can technically be considered banchan. Interesting. You'll have to let me know what your Korean cooking session is like. Cholka, self-explanatory. Luxurious. Exceptionally showy. Yeah. Golka. Okay, dissolve. Interesting. Do I have dissolve? I don't know if I have this combination of characters. Oh, yeah, I do. Wrong. This is wrong. Oh, so instead of smelting or melting, like melting of sorts, dissolve makes sense. I'm gonna add melt. Make sure. You don't know if it's just you or you find metal chopsticks so difficult to use. Slippery. They're very slippery. Yeah, Korean metal chopsticks. Yeah. High frequency of metal chopsticks. As opposed to like wooden Chinese. Oh, and their length and diameter, their lengths are different too. They're like statistically, the shape and the length is slightly different as well between the cultures. You know, Japanese, Chinese, Malaysian, and Korean. It's pretty interesting when you start to notice it. But the metal thing is like slippage. Yeah, the shape and weighting is tough. Yeah. I like my wooden like bamboo chopsticks. I do enjoy my bamboo chopsticks. Although I do feel like it looks kind of neat to carry around metal ones. I remember when I used to social eat quite often with various Asian, multi-generational Asian people, that we would go to a trinket shop, like a place to pick up paraphernalia and whatnot, and you can buy like specialized chopsticks to bring with you, like actual, you know, chopstick containers with a cute or like elegant containers where you would have either a specialized wood pair one or a metal one, and usually the wood ones are it's extra polished, so meant to last, and you have these interesting different types of containers to carry with you, so you can carry a personalized chopstick with you. Or there's also chopsticks for potato chips and whatnot, which is kind of fun. That's okay. Say you like, yeah, wooden and bamboo. Yeah. The only bullies are enough to dissolve insects like this are youth. Youth? I don't mind that. It's close to Rong. I think Rong and you line up quite often. Right? Rong. Maybe not. We'll keep this for now. I'm not sure if I'm gonna. Let's write some. No, I actually quite like this. So that's fine. Appraisal makes sense. Set up model, or determine the model, which is appraisal. This should be formal, no? often refers to evaluating the authenticity or value of the art, antiques, and real estates. It also used in contexts like fingerprint analyses. So what is that? Kante.
鑑定
Kante. Sure. To exclude. We don't have a kunyomi yet, right? No, we don't have Jo. I doubt it's Jo. That's a uncharacteristic onyomi to carry.
覗く
Nozoku. Nose. How many nozos do we have? I feel like it's not enough. Look at nozo. Hope. When does Hope have? Oh, Nozomi. That's the other. Yeah, that's the one before Nozomi. It's a while now. And then we have Nozomu using something we haven't covered yet. Probably oversee. Oh, look at. That's fine. Look to. And exclude. So we have 3. You know what? I think we can use nose for a kunyomi. 3 uses is pretty good. We'll put the threshold at 3. Sounds like a nice shop. Yeah, they're usually these shops are often adjacent to the eating place. In terms of CN supermarket and Thai food, is there any suggestions you could share? CN supermarket Thai food. CN? Pickled radish, probably. If you're talking about... Oh, wait. I mean, it depends on you like sour, but pickled radish. They look neon yellow. Pickle... it's probably a daikon. It's... or a white radish. They look like neon yellow. And they come in a shrink wrap. It's kind of fermented or pickled. It's pickled, right? So you take if you're not used to pickled stuff, then maybe not. But pickled stuff at a CN market is like plus. They would look like a radish, and it's like shrink wrapped. So shrink wrapped around. And it's completely yellow. And you open it and then you just cut it into little slices, and then you serve with anything, since it's pickled. Usually when it comes to supermarket stuff, in my opinion, for Asian cuisines, especially Chinese, pickled, to test something, you want to test if you have a tolerance or an enjoyment of pickled stuff, because pickled stuff is it's tough to not oversell pickled stuff. Healthy, right? Healthy, naturally preserved, like minimally preserved kind of situation. Great for healthy in terms of the gut stuff, and it's already made, so to speak. So essentially, you're like, I really like pickled things. No, I'm telling you that pickled things are very available in supermarket. So we also have like baked tofu, which is 5 spice tofu. Have pretty much all these benefits too. Yeah, try, like, I hope you're not inferring that I really like specific things because I mentioned them, but I didn't say I really like them. I said that these things are things to try out. So pickled foods is a source that CN markets and like JP markets and Korean markets, they tend to be something that someone who hasn't been to a supermarket too often. Pickled food is a big section. Baked things. Tofu is fermented, so it's still fermented stuff. I mean, outside of literal raw produce like lettuce and whatnot, which requires food prep. This stuff is not like chips, right? We're not talking about chips here. These things are part of CN diets. That 5-spice baked tofu though. If I'm in a place, I probably buy 5-spice baked tofu, especially one of like Chinese origin. It's a childhood thing, I suppose. These are all items that you would not necessarily need to learn how to cook per se, but they can be added to most things. It's kind of like kimchi. Kimchi would be something if the Asian mark has kimchi. This is very pungent. It's super pungent, which is also pickled. Just so happens that Asian marks tend to have many pickled things because they store very well. Like pickled plums. Pickled plums are actually sweet. They're not sour to an extent. Pickled plums as a snack. Little cooking required sounds like something you prefer. That's my intent here. Since you mentioned a lot of time restraints and whatnot, and you also talk about health, wanting your diet situations or probiotic or prebiotic things. Fermented foods are they preserve and have good shelf life, but they also have low preservatives in exchange, and they're good for the gut. Oh no, you just don't know how to cook. Really? That's part of the equation. You're not listening to me. You're projecting again. I'm telling you this stuff because it's all of the above. Not only do you not know how to cook, you have talked about health. You have also talked about immune deficiencies, concerns. You also talked about not having enough time. Those are all part of the equation. Not just you don't know how to cook. Because if I ask you if you don't know how to cook, then why don't you learn how to cook? And you're gonna respond by saying, I don't have enough time to learn how to cook. So all of those are related. It's good to be very direct about this because your time is underlying the reason why you don't know how to cook, really, as well. Sleep is another one, right? Sleep is another one, but a good healthy diet and good gut health may contribute to sleep. So this is why I'm mentioning it. Not because I like this stuff. I actually don't eat this stuff very often because we don't visit the Asian mart too often. Sauces? There's quite a lot of sauces. Sauces definitely chili oil, but that's also something you have to try because it's about spice tolerance or hotness. Chili oils, a good oyster sauce. Oyster sauce doesn't have to be cooked. It can be added. Maybe like kubi mayo. Right, kubi mayo. Snacks? You think your biggest reason to not know is you never helped your mother cook much and you feel awkward learning in a 20-way shared kitchen, but you agree with the previous point? So you're saying that your biggest reason is you never help your mother cook. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. It certainly wouldn't be a logical reason to not know how to cook or try to cook. 20 shared kitchen, so you're using other people as excuses for not learning. That's fair enough. Like I feel like that's kind of your consistency. You use your You use other people that you can't control as a reason to not learn something. What is this? This is WaniKani. We're basically doing our lessons for kanji reading right now. Prawa. Dandari. Yeah. Alright. So exclude, how we got nozoku. So we're gonna use nose here. Otherwise it would be what? No. And what do we have for zo? Zombie? Oh man, that's not great. No zombies. Exclude. Joe. So let's see. So Joanne. Excluded. Oh no. Joanne. Cookies. Let's say by nozo. By nozo. Cookies. By nozo. Exclude. Okay. You think I would try to learn a bit at home on weekends? Maybe alone in the morning when nobody is around? Time isn't an issue in that situation either. I'll take your word for it. Looking forward to hearing what you end up trying to do. In terms of fresh produce, I mean, CN Market, pretty much you buy fresh produce, right? It's kind of the thing. What about frozen things? What is there a lot of? I mean, spices and sauces for sure. And then pickled things. The rest is like fish. Local fish. Local veggies like bok choy, right? Bok choy or Chinese broccoli. I don't know what they call it actually. Some spinach, greens. There's just some like supermarkets are usually produce related things, but that involves food prep and cooking. I think a really wonderful I was thinking of there is a like a high school friendly items. Fan market by living Akam is more of a freezer and room temp shelf place, but on weekends you can go grab things from another one with more variety. I see. There's a lot of them 10 to 30 meters away from home. I see. So if it's a freezer and room temp, dumplings. Usually pork and chive. Pork chive dumplings are your standard from a CN market. And they would be in like nondescript bags. Yeah, it would be minutes. Oh, instead of meters. Okay, 10 to 30 minutes. I just realized that, and now I realize. I never thought about this, but I realized that the M, how often people use this for minutes. By the way, in case you're curious, this makes me smile because minutes is it's an imperial. It's a minutes is a non-metric unit. They don't. No, M doesn't stand for minutes. It stands for meters. And miles, the abbreviation for miles is MI. Because miles is a non-metric unit as well. So by this chance, I thought this was just next door. that's what you meant. But I can see it'd be too far. It would be too close by approximation. But I just realized how funny this is. And then, you know, the standard length that people use is kilometers. But the M is meters. Yeah, it isn't right now. You just have a habit of using M for meters and minutes, since most people around me also do that. Yeah, because this is the abbreviation for minutes. Imagine living 10 meters from a store you like. I know, right? But this is the abbreviation for minutes. It's not M. Like that's not the abbreviation for minutes. I can see how colloquially it can be typed for minutes. Let's see. Maybe that'll change because no one uses meters. Be kind of weird. Let's see. Exceptional. Oh wait. What is it? Exceptional. Showy. Like show. Whoops.
豪華
Okay. Luxurious. UK uses miles over kilometers. I'm aware. I live in the United States. That's one thing that the United States and the UK shares. Sort of. I haven't really talked a lot with British scientists before. Usually the answer is both. And then obviously scientists don't represent a majority. So we're specifically talking about the majority, not the country itself, but the majority of people in the country. I use it based on appropriateness. Someone else challenged this notion before. Oh, it was drama because of German. Drama is German, so they would say something like, would you prefer, they try to like strong arm me into saying they chose to use imperial units because I'm American, and I told them that it's whatever is appropriate. So they strong armed me, or attempt to strong arm me into using an example that would show that I have a preference for imperial units. And that's simply trying to confirm what your presumptions are about someone. Like, oh, if it's a small rock, you know, if you pick up a rock, what would you use? Would you use centimeters? Or like, what about the weight of a rock? And I'm like, well, it depends. Like, can you give me more detail? Like, what if it's like a 10 centimeter rock? And I'm like, well, 10 centimeters sounds good, so I would use centimeters. If it was like 3.4 ounces or something, I might consider something different. Do I have a preference for imperial units? I already, that's my point. It's whatever is appropriate. So for example, if you're going for a mile run, it's a mile. If you're going for a 100K, sorry. And then that, you know, it's kilometers. Sorry, that's not 100. 1,000. So really 1000k is a lot. I'm talking about 1k. 1k. 1 kilometer. So whatever you use is whatever is appropriate. So if it's convenient to remember a nice number, it's usually helping the number. So like 100 degrees Celsius is boiling, not 273. Or whatever it is. See, I don't even remember what, like, it's such a strong preference that I don't even know what boiling is in Fahrenheit. Because Celsius is a metric unit. And then, 0 degrees Celsius is 0. Degrees to this day confuses you. Yeah, it's offset by 273 and 5/9. So for example, I'll tell you a Fahrenheit that's not confusing. 98.6. So what's the degrees Celsius equivalent of 98.6? Or like in science, what's the 32 degrees Fahrenheit? What is the equivalent of 32 degrees Fahrenheit? It's 25 degrees Celsius. Why is 96.6 not? This is normal body temp. What is normal body temp in Celsius? So, like, someone who has a preference for metrics would know exactly what the normal body temp is. It's 37.5 degrees Celsius, something like that. And this one has a better ring to me. And then these numbers are room temp. This is what room temp is. Oh, wait. I think I screwed up on Fahrenheit. I don't even know what room temp is on Fahrenheit. I think it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't sound right. It's probably not. See, I don't even know the room temp in Fahrenheit. Oh, this is considered sick? Yeah, so see, I don't even know the body temp for Celsius. So I know the body temp-ish for Fahrenheit, but I don't know it for Celsius. And I know the room temp in Celsius, but I don't know the room temp for Fahrenheit. 37.4 is a bit high. I see. So this is what I mean. There isn't a preference. Like, there isn't a consistent preference. So whenever people categorize things, they talk about all or nones. 35 is hypothermia. Oh, interesting. It's not all or nones. It's never all or nones for me. It's whatever is appropriately used conventionally. Like, I would never say whatever the boiling temperature of 100 is. I think it's 273 because it's a 100 with... No, it's not 273. I don't know what the boiling temperature is. And then freezing temperature. Oh, this is freezing. Sorry. 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing. Sorry. 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point. Yeah, it's 0. 25 is like 75-ish. How hot is 92 Fahrenheit? I have no idea. You remember visiting US and it was horrible and it said 92? Oh, in terms of atmospheric temperature? 92? How hot is 92? Like 33? 31 degrees Celsius? I don't know. I'm making rough guesstimations. Well, the trip wasn't horrible. The temp was. I see. Yeah, this is a good example. I think temperature is a great example. Oh, here's one. Here's one. Yeah, it's 30 plus. 90 is like the 30 plus range. Or around 30. Here's one that I can show for units. Like 1 cup. I use 1 cup, but I can't convert it. So when someone says they're having a cup of something, I'm just gonna take their word for it. I don't know what that means. Right? And then when someone buys a 2-liter bottle, for example, it's like, oh, 2-liter bottle. That's cool. And then if you buy a 1-liter bottle, that's awesome. And then I'm like, 1-liter bottle, what is that in fluid ounces? I don't know. I don't know the conversion. But if someone said they bought like a 16.1 fluid ounce bottle, I'm like, okay, I guess it's 16.1 fluid ounces. And this is much bigger than 16.1. It's not the same. This is not equivalent. A 16.1 is like a drinking bottle. Which, if you just write bottle, that's an imperial unit. So I'm like, okay. Oh, I guess now they kind of change. It's like, it used to be like 12 fluid ounces a bottle. You have no idea what fluid ounces is? So it's called a fluid ounce because density. So like a density is the measure of a volume and a weight. So they use fluid ounces, but it's really just ounces. It's correcting for density. I don't know if you remember that density is a volume over or mass over volume. Oops. Mass over volume. And whenever you use fluid ounces, is the thing that's in the bottle has a density of 1 because it's largely water. So if it has a density of 1, then mass and volume, mass equals volume. So that's why they call it, or at least that's my reasoning on why they call it fluid ounces. But ounce, it's still a measure of weight. Usually the things that are measured are close to 1. So since they're close to 1, a fluid ounce is equal to ounces. That's kind of like 1 gram per ounce and stuff. Like a measure of volume and mass are related by density. And that's how I rationalize why bottles have fluid ounces as opposed to, I don't know, grams or liters. Like, you know what fluid ounces as a concept, but you don't know conversions. What's a bottle? I have no idea what's a bottle now. Just go ask. Let's quickly, for fun, go ask what Gemini think it's a bottle. What's the volume of a typical bottle? Obviously it's gonna give us a bunch of examples. We need a bunch of examples. Oh no, it's telling me how to calculate the volume of a bottle. Typical volume of a drink bottle. It changes from time to time. So 12 ounces for a smaller drink. Yeah, 20 to 24 ounces or fluid ounces for reusable water bottles. And then 25.36 ounces. Yeah. So this is why I'll give you an example. So 25.36 fluid ounces, right? That's a big boy bottle. That's a big boy bottle. But would you remember 750 mils instead? I would remember 750 mils as opposed to 25.36. It's, how much is that in liters? Here it is. And it would not be in liters. It would be in milliliters because you haven't caressed 1 liter. So that's using the usefulness of metrics. You might have had chat delay, but you use both values, but it's to illustrate the point. 750 mils is big. It's big. It's a big bottle. 12 ounces, which is a really nice number to remember, is your typical drinking bottle. So like a one serving. And hear me out. One serving. One serving is not a metric unit. It is a categorical unit, like bottle. So whenever someone says one serving, that is normalized to a volume. So every time someone's like, oh yeah, you know, I carry around 1 liter, it's enough for a day. I'm like, so what is a day? A day is a categorical thing too. 2 liter bottle. This is what a 2 liter, not a 2 liter, sorry. This is a 1.5, I think. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. one point two liters. This is a 1.2 liter bottle. Yeah, it's a 1.2 because the spout part is, yeah, and 1.2 is my full day. Like 2 of these probably. I usually drink around 2 liters of water a day. So this is what I mean. Like, I would remember 1.2, but hear me out. It's actually 1.18. So this bottle is 1.18 liters, right? There's an alternative. It's 25 ounces. Sorry, 40 ounces. I would probably end up remembering the 40 ounce over the 1.18 liters. Now, if they decide to make a bottle that is 1.2 liters, now we have some competition, because this will no longer be 40, it'd be like something like 41.3 ounces. So I would remember 1.2 liters instead. That's kind of what I do for learning things and memorizing things. Now, you might be saying, well, what if someone said, oh, they had a 25.3 ounce bottle, right? They have a 25.3 ounce bottle. You are not responsible for coming up with this. This is not a recall. This is a trigger. So when someone provides something for you, you remember the association between this. So did you remember this yet? Like we mentioned it earlier. I remember 750 mils because it's easier to remember when I recall it. But these two numbers are associated. So the thing that I don't recall very often, it's triggered by other things. And that's how flashcards work for me. So how do flashcards work? I need to discern between a trigger and a recall. So when you're recalling something, you need a lot of associated things that you can do to trigger the memory. However, in practice, most people have a trigger. They're looking for a trigger to make an association. So whenever someone says 750 mils, I don't know what a 750 mils is. But if they say it's a 24.36 ounce bottle, that sounds a little insane to me. But if they do somehow remember that, then I will know it's roughly 750 mils. So it's probably 750 mils. That's the same as I can't recall what 25 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit is. But if someone mentions a particular number that's around 25 degrees Celsius, it's probably 25 degrees Celsius. So like you did earlier, where you're saying, of course it feels bad since 90 plus is 30 plus, right, in Celsius. So I provided the trigger, by mentioning 30 plus or like somewhere around 30. So then it triggers your memory. So this is kind of like a great way to talk about why logic is very helpful. Logic is helpful because it gets you to learn, like to think of things efficiently and pragmatically, as opposed to trying to remember everything. Like for me, whenever someone asks me, oh, what are your preferences? It's probably whatever helps me remember the most information. That's what logic dictates to me. So oftentimes when someone says, oh yeah, you like to use English units, so that means you're not good with metric units. That's not true. Someone who's able to recall information is very different for someone who is able to remember something or like understand something. And we had a discussion about experts, right? The difference between an expert and a knowledgeable person is oftentimes the expert focuses on the application of the knowledge a lot of times, because if you're trying to remember everything through active recall, you basically don't have time. No time for application. If you're busy trying to remember everything conceptually as they are, then in practice, it doesn't translate. It rarely translates to application. So do I have to remember all the important temperatures in Celsius and Fahrenheit to be knowledgeable about it? Not really. In practice, I take the most appropriate ones. And this is for language learning. We take it back to language learning. When you apply logic, oftentimes people then would do high frequency. They use high frequency words or a curriculum like JLPT. So this is when logic comes in. When people start learning based on frequency, they start learning based on JLPT. Is that an excellent way to learn something? Absolutely. Is it the only way to learn a language? Absolutely not. It is absurd to think that logic is the only way to go about learning a language. I mean, the language itself wasn't composed specifically for logic. Like, a natural language is not a constructed language. It's not a conlang. A conlang would be operated entirely on logic. And here's where lies the funny problem. Those who approach, like Japanese and Chinese, for example, with pure logic, the first roadblock they're going to engage in are all the exceptions. Every time they hit an exceptional thing, they're like, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It's like, well, it doesn't make sense because you're following logic based on what you know. The language wasn't constructed when you existed. Like, you can't possibly logic something without understanding the premise, the occurrence. Logic works when you have all the knowledge to create a pragmatic connection. So usually, how do you feel about French spelling? I think it's funny. I like the illogical nature of French spelling. Actually, English spelling is like, the difficulty of English spelling and pronunciation is largely inherited by French, like inherited from French and cross-reacted with French. So French and English often has this really fun duality of exceptions, and the whole idea is a language filled with exceptions is not prone to logical reasoning. Logical reasoning is not that great. Although people still try to obviously apply it to what is logical. So the idea is human created things, in my opinion, are both logical and illogical. They are both rational and irrational. So metrics, measuring systems, are both logical and illogical. And for me, that's how I get by. It's funny when people say like, oh no, you have to always use this. And I'm like, you don't always have to use this. You would not enjoy learning English spelling for the first time again. I honestly, if I went through science, right? If I went through science, I like somehow everything stayed the same. Like this is how hypothetical. If I were built to be pragmatic and logical, English is not logical or pragmatic in the sense that it would take multiple lifetimes to know and try to explain the exceptions logically. You can be an etymologist. Etymologists do this a lot. Linguists / etymologists put together, if you slam them together, they try to explain all of this. And that's like so much knowledge that I can't possibly think of trying to remember. So instead, we remember it through other means. And other means are repetition, right? Repetition, which is boosting your intuition, right? And then trial and error. These are the ones that deal with exceptions. And then these things tend to support rote memory. So when all else fails, humans have a wonderful way of recognizing patterned response. And that's kind of what we're talking about when someone says, do you have a preference? Preferences are intent. What you experience is predominantly a triggered response. Like the memories that you encode most vividly from experience are triggered responses. So whenever you're thinking about, oh yeah, this thing sucks, why do I spend time remembering the reason why this thing sucks? It's a triggered response. So whenever something bad comes up that you're associated with something else, it will constantly bring up the same bad experience because it's a triggered response. It's one of the wonderful things about, or bad and good things about being human. There's another form of memory that doesn't have to obey logic. And that's our great, good old irrationality. And you can use that. Like cursing at a character that you dislike over and over again somehow makes you remember it. There's no logic behind it other than you can try to explain it like, oh, this occurred multiple times, so that's therefore you remember it. I remember a bunch of trouble words because I tell myself it's not that word. I don't know if you remember the example I gave you. And it's actually incorrect, by the way. Kirai is not the word that I was supposed to say. I was supposed to say mirai. Mirai is future. So what was not mirai or not kirai? I still remember what it is. Oh yeah, you did actually end up remembering the fixed, determined, established character finally. Ah, okay. Yeah, the fixed thing. Yote, right? Yote. Alright. Alright, let's see if I still remember this stuff. You, right? Melts or dissolve. Sure. Chuka.
中華
Or okay. Oops.
鑑
Ante.
定
Appraisal. And exclude. Nozoku.
除く
Alright. Cleaning? That makes sense. Interesting. Exclude is weird. We're gonna add clean to this. Oh, remove? Okay, they have remove, so that's fine. Also funny how not kirai is how you remember the other future work as not being, despite it not being correct from what you just said. Yeah. Isn't it funny? Like, I literally thought to myself, like, no wait, future is actually mirai or mirai. Not kirai. Kirai is something else entirely. It's about like, yeah, it's an entirely different thing. So that's, memory is weird, or like that is the mystery of emotional memory and association. There's like this black box. I can't explain why it works. I know what to do to make it work. So that's what XP is. XP has a dimension that isn't the same. It's kind of similar, but knowledge and XP, time and time again, have different aspects on learning. So oftentimes when you think about, if your knowledge tends to want to make sense, you want to make sense of knowledge, but XP doesn't. The reason why it doesn't have to, basically, it doesn't have to make sense because you're experiencing it. So what you're doing is, when you get XP, you're observing in its purest form. You're observing and reacting. So in the moment, you don't have the knowledge. You do not have the knowledge. A lot of times XP gives things that you do not conceive at knowledge point. So when you say something like, oh yeah, you know what, this kind of sucks, it's like, why does it suck? And then you gain the knowledge from your XP. So whenever someone says, how do you solve a problem, you can learn about it and see how it makes sense, right, through knowledge, or you can do it and then observe and react to doing it. Those are two different ways to go about remembering and solving things. One is very dominant over the other right now. On the internet, it's far more likely that you're going to try to solve a problem conceptually before doing it. And I generally do both. About, I would say 80, we're gonna say like about 60 to 80% is based on experience. 20, like 40, or the other way around, 20 to 40% is based on concept, on knowledge. So that's my balance now. In my opinion, this is much, much higher than adults would like when they're like getting later and later in their life. They typically want most things to be based on knowledge because they don't really want to, like, times are hard, you have limitations and stuff, so not really interested in the experience. You already know enough, you already have enough experiences in life to not want to participate in them. That's perfectly all right. That's quite a healthy thing. In the beginning, when you're a kid, it's 100% XP most of the time, right? And then it starts decreasing as you get older. Oftentimes, I actually think when it comes to adults, it gets as low as like 5% of the time you're actually participating in new experiences, right? New novel experiences. You're often participating in new information. You're taking in new information. And that's different from learning new information. Only when you take in new information that you have an opportunity to learn new information. And adults, in my opinion, typically learn new information by participating in the experience. It's actually true for kids too, but kids, they're already doing it. They have to do it in the beginning. So then it decreases over time, right? And thanks to the internet, this decrease happens, the most dramatic decrease is probably around your 20s right now. And that's the part that I'm talking about a lot. It decreases practically to 20% in your 20s. When I was 20, I was still trying to discover the world. Like, I was still trying to discover my emotional awareness. I was still trying to most things were winging it. I was still using XP. Like, I go to college, I have no idea what to do in college. I didn't even know what college was about. I join a government facility to do research. I have no idea what I'm expecting. I mean, conceptually, you have some information, but I wouldn't know the experience. Go to graduate school, it repeats. The cycle repeats. So now when I'm an adult, I'm still at about 60%. I rely on gaining XP over information. Not for most adults. I would say if I talk to my friends, they are probably comfortable most of the time doing the same thing. Quote unquote same thing and improving them. That's quite a few things that VC helped with remembering based on the discussions. I see. And one day you're not going to need it anymore. You're not going to have to say it's not kirai. You're probably going to know it, and then you drop the things you don't apply very often. Maybe one day there will be a really fixed trigger for it that you decide to keep in the back of your head. But generally speaking, then there's the grooming process, right? Grooming process is based on practice. Practice is what creates the refinement and consistency. So you take in information and then you groom and hedge it, you know? The metaphor I would use is something like, here's the ground, you plant a seed, right? And then eventually the seed grows. And we have little buds, right? Then it starts to... Then it turns into a flower. But eventually you don't remember how the planting was. You remember the fleeting memory of the details of the flower, right? And the details you decide to remember are the things that get reinforced. So when you think of a rose, you're probably not paying attention to what its thorns and its other property are. That's such a good flower drawing. Yeah. I mean, nature is filled with like basic forms, so you can get away with a lot of things. Like, for example, you know how you have your traditional tree, right? A traditional tree would be like something really... This is like, oh yeah, that's a tree. I'm still using a mouse, but here's a different tree. Right, and then you can add a bit here. I'm using negative space basically. Right, so I have a very steady hand. Yeah, but the idea is that sometimes when you try to create things, it's usually about the form, right? The intent of the form. Obviously, it would be a lot easier if I had different colors too, but this looks more interesting than this. And I didn't do anything particularly great, right? And the nice thing about this, I also described this, like you can have like a cloud, right? Right, these are clouds. Maybe we'll add a little bit more here. Right, so you have that little like clean kind of look. Maybe we'll add a little stroke here and here. Right, but then you have the understanding of form and elegance, which then you can do something like this. Right. Why do you know how to draw everything so well? Like just random things? I think, in my opinion, if I had to explain like why that is, I think it's more like I know who I'm drawing for. So this to me is easier to do than this because this is unnatural to me. And what I mean by that is if I ask a person, if I think about it, if I ask a person to do something like this, the idea is they're trying to create a very specific look. And that specific look might be something that they specifically want. When I'm drawing things, I often think about who am I drawing for? So what is the thing that people often see and trying to empathize? So I'm drawing, this is what I'm drawing based on empathy. This is what you would consider as like stylized, I suppose, like when you're thinking about stylization. So whenever I think about if I wanted to draw something to help communicate something, I'm trying to draw something that helps prove the point. So the point is through empathy. Now, what would be a cloud that would kind of represent what they have? Like, you could draw a sun like this, right? Or you can use some... Sun is a little bit vibrating, so you can do it this way. So whenever you're thinking about what is it that someone is trying to feel, this is more like radiation. The sun is radiating something. This is maybe a more stylized approach. So you can still recognize that these are both suns. But once I color this in yellow and then make a fade on these things, this one will seem like it's capturing the feeling that communicates what a sun is versus this one, right? So how much information are you conveying with the things? It's astonishing when people think like this looks neater. It's true. It does look neater, but intentionally being sloppy. But it's not sloppy if it's intentional. Like this is more interesting as a sun than this. It's conveying the flow of the sun. Or like, oh, my favorite thing is, how do you tell the difference between the sun and the moon? That's it. That's how I would differentiate between the sun and the moon. And then maybe we'll do like... Right. So that's pretty much what I would go to explain something. Like, you capture the essence of things as opposed to trying to be clean or perfect or whatever it is. As you wonder where the dashes around the sun originate. And me too. I think it's rays. They're supposed to be rays, like light rays, you know. So light rays are going out. I don't know how people would know though. I think this might have something to do with like lens flare. And what I mean by lens flare is not everyone stares at the sun. So what happens is there's always a glare, right? A glare. And glares always feel like these sharp, you know, sharp cuts. And I'm guessing. I have actually no idea why people choose that. Usually radiation nowadays, when I think of a sun, I think of like steam. Like, you know how how do you see radiation? How do you see radiation? Yeah, it's bad for eyesight. Well, staring at the sun is bad for eyesight. The sun is not bad for eyesight. So there's a funny thing about that. The way I usually think of a sun is I would obfuscate the heat. So heat is radiating, right? So like you have a ground, right? This is the ground. And what happens is all your images should wave around like this. And then it should wave around and then become straight as it falls off on distance. So if you're drawing an image behind this, the bottom should be wavy near the heat source. And that's how I usually imagine sun. So when you're thinking about sun, things that get closer to the sun or like things that are really radiating, they would be wavier. And then the things that are farther away tend to be pretty precise or straighter. That's kind of how I apply the vision of sun anyways. No, as in like people with bad eyesight sometimes get sticky outline lines. Oh, you're talking about like cataracts and stuff. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the blurring effect. Or I guess it's a combination, but bad eyesight lead to blurring, but I'm not entirely sure. Unless you're talking about the light source, flaring light source, which is also true. So what I mean is like, for example, a bright source of light at night, for example, like night vision, when you have a very bright light. Yeah, astigmatism is what I'm describing. The astigmatism. It's really noticeable at night when you're around a bright light source. Then you have like these things outside. And yeah, I don't know where they got the rays, but when I'm drawing a light source, I usually do this. So this looks more like a sun, right? This is sun. If you're looking at a sun, you're basically seeing this. So it's not like a perfect circle or something like that. So oftentimes whenever someone says, I'm bad at drawing, right? I'm bad at drawing. It's like, I can't even draw a sun. This is how I draw a sun. I'm like, okay, well, you can draw these lines. They're kind of arbitrary, but this is even easier. This is human. You're very human when you do this. You haven't seen people draw a squiggly outline to represent light before? Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird, but at this, you know, so then you put some things out here because of, you know, solar flares. You put a little here, solar flare here. Make the solar flares kind of like overlap, right? On the surface, and then you put more radiation on the, just radiate even more. And usually this writing tool doesn't have like opacity. Usually this would be lighter. This would be lighter than this one. This would get brighter or like more solid, and then even more solid, and all of these would be solid, right? And that would be sun, not this. And which one is easier to draw? I actually think it's harder to draw this way than this way. Because you're embracing the natural flow and the ornateness of your imagery. You're trying to capture more ornateness. There's less details here, so there's more to screw up. So whenever I see people who draw very, very well, like super clean, right? I'm like, man, that's impressive to me. Most of the stuff, I always use this mental image. I shared with you that I blank my mental mind all the time, and usually I do it this way where I imagine a scene, right? So the scene, foreground. Actually, we're gonna make it foreground. Wait, that's a little too much, right? This is the scene I imagine all the time to blank my mind. Yeah. So I use this as my basic imagery to think about blanking my mind. So whenever I think like, oh yeah, I need to think about something, I usually imagine it. Yeah, it's a nice scene. Strange as, how does someone actually blank their mind? You always find, oh yeah, chat delay, there it is. Yeah. Nice scene, similar to what you think of when you think about dreams, as you get a recurring one that looks similar-ish. Yeah, so I typically use a scene that if I had to convey something to someone, I already mentioned this earlier, right? I chose that scene because in the future it can be a scene that oftentimes I don't think that the things that I do as a human being, right, the things that I look at are incredibly dissimilar to someone else. So when I'm drawing scenes and doing art, I'm trying to capture those things because they serve my purpose. My purpose is to communicate the things. So it's unlikely that a lot of things that I talk about would be unrelatable. There are things I do keep in my back pocket that's unrelatable, but I tend not to focus on that. It's not important if I'm trying to talk to someone or relate to someone. So I drew a very specific scene and I practice using that scene largely because I think many people would find it familiar. And the scene's good. Like I do look forward to doing artwork in next year. But I'm definitely trying to stay a little bit lax. We gotta build up those juices for artwork. Anyways, that was a scene that I was thinking about for Blanking Minds. All right. When I'm running, if I'm like breathing uncharacteristically heavier, I actually do imagine a scene while I'm running. Maybe you'll try next year's Inktober. You only have to do like one day, and that's trying. I know some people like, but if you are too easy on yourself, you'll never make progress. Like, yeah, but in this case, it's not a progress that you're aiming for. You're aiming to enrich your life. It's a bonus. I know people talk about there's no try, only do. That's when you have to do it. When oftentimes people play down trying and saying you would do things, holding people back. We have to keep in mind that things like Inktober is a bonus. You weren't planning on doing it until you meet someone. So trying to make sure that you can distinguish between doing a bonus, gaining a bonus, is not something obligatory. So for example, Bree mentioned that she only will wait till Corvo had a person actually saying it as opposed to TTS, right? So she understands that what she's doing is in addition to the things she's doing. So there's no sense of feeling of FOMO or inconvenience or things that aren't perfect. She knows the conditions in which she's adding things. That's kind of an ownership and accountability of the pros and cons. And for me, that's kind of what artwork has to be if you're not doing it for a living. That's what hobbies and choices you make have to be sustainable. You're not looking to reach something. You're looking to always gain something. Now, if you're doing like work and feeding yourself and food and whatnot, those things, different mindset. Those things, less trying, more doing. You got to get it done, right? So less try, more do. When it comes to drawing and whatnot, it's often more trying than doing mentality. Basically, as long as you do more than you already do, it's more. No matter what you do, it's always more. No one is asking you to learn how to draw, right? At the moment. Maybe you'll do one per week instead of a day and it'll be more personally enjoyable. Exactly. That is what, like, you're not making it inconvenient for yourself, Mika. So like, I know Japanese is part of something that's obligatory, but generally speaking, when you're taking on other people's, or like you're trying to participate in other people's things, you're taking it on voluntarily. So any inconvenience is a convenience because you chose to do it. If you don't want to do it, then that is an inconvenience that was placed upon you by yourself. And that can be very awful feeling over time, because every time, to be fair, Japanese is only obligatory because you wanted it to be. Exactly. So anything you do when you're only obligatory is yourself, is that everything is bonus. When you're solving a problem, when you're going through hoops, learning how to add 3 different types of notes in order to understand Japanese, all those skills are going to be your choices to make. Until something is forced upon you and whatnot, there shouldn't be, in my opinion, there shouldn't be constant consternation of negativity from something you are obligating to yourself. It should be a celebration most of the time. right? You're celebrating that you can do this without anyone forcing you to do so, or life like throwing a wrench in it. You have full control over something that you have wanted it to be. You have plenty of time for life to throw things at you that you have to do. So the things you choose to do are your playing ground. It's your playing ground to try to extract as much bonuses as possible. And that does go into that flow of feeling like you're wasting your time. So the things you only obligate to yourself will generally feel like a waste of time if you think it's a waste of time. So whenever people think about productivity, they're talking about the things they have to do. And then oftentimes the biggest baggage when it comes to things you obligate yourself, it's usually a waste of time. Like what I mean is it's a battle with a waste of time. So where have I seen you say a waste of time the most? When you're learning Japanese. Not sleeping, not going to class, not like making sure to get good grades. Those rarely do you ever like associate the thing, the self-inflicted waste of time. Most of the things you choose to obligate yourself tends to be a waste of time. Like your fear of wasting your time is so much stronger then. And in my opinion, that tells me a lot about how you interpret things you choose to do. The things you have control over are usually the ones that are more negative than the things you don't have control over, which may not be the most auspicious way to go about things if you're already having problems with things you have to do. If you have to do things and you don't like them, the things you have control over are your best sources of balancing out the things you have to do. So if you're obligating yourself to do something, it's supposed to be providing extra. If it's not, then it can form a dysfunctional relationship. It can strain everything else. So oftentimes, I've said this many times before, whenever the opportunity is, if you're choosing voluntarily to obligate yourself and to do something, does it make logical sense? I usually appeal to people's logic. Does it make rational and logical sense that that is the thing that is providing that is draining you the most? Right? We talked about the word drain, and drain versus spend. Things you choose to do and you obligate yourself, you're spending. You're spending because it gives you back hopefully more than what you spend. You know, you're treating yourself. The things you have to do, you're draining. So you're making more spending money so that you can drain it to things you have to do. And the spending money better bring and build more money back to pay for the things you have to do. That's kind of balancing, right? Balancing coping, which is things have to do most of the time, not all the time, but have to do. And it's offset by things you choose to do, which is investment. Right? Investment. And those are things you choose to do. Now, they're not mutually exclusive. Like at a job, right? Which is something you have to do. You can say you have to do this. You make choices. There are investments. And there's coping. So coping and investments happen at each level with each context. The idea is if I have a job to do, I would invest in a way that helps me cope. So like coping is going to cost some form of money, but my investment better make me more. If it's more, I would likely continue to do it. If it's less, you quit when you run out of money. And what I mean by money, I'm talking about figuratively. Figurative money. Happy dollars is what I usually use. I use the phrase happy dollars as a way to be a little bit more generalized. It's not literal money. We're talking about your mental well-being and all that stuff. If your investments, your idea of investments in a job that you have to do on your actions do not compensate for your coping, then eventually it's gonna end up quitting. Most people do enough investments so that they can quit on their terms. On their terms. Yeah, happy dollars is my euphemism that I use for people who knew me for a while. I typically say happy dollars. I always have happy dollars to spend. When I save up happy dollars when I'm not streaming. Since I do streaming full time, I make happy dollars elsewhere. And then streaming is where I spend the happy dollars. So when I spend the happy dollars, I expect a return on investment. But that investment is not guaranteed. I don't need to guarantee a return on investment. Usually it does bring back more happy dollars. However, I don't enter an obligation without having enough to cover my investment. So whenever I say I'm going to try something, I go in with it with lots of happy dollars. And it's not upfront. This is my bank account. So when I start language learning, I'm already ahead. I'm already ahead before I spend. And language learning for coping, maybe it takes like $1 bill, like one happy dollar worth of intensity. While I'm doing that, I'm also investing forward. And usually it starts with nothing. Like I need to work on it. And then when coping goes up, I'm also investing. So at some point, my investments per time is higher than my coping cost. So since my coping cost is less than my investment costs, I quit on my own terms. I never quit on something else's terms, like something uncontrollable. Rarely do I ever. And why do I quit sometimes? Like I could quit language learning tomorrow. Like what is that? There's another investment, another better investment that is telling me if I cope, it costs less than language learning, and the investment promises even more return. And that's kind of how I visualize, are you interested in doing this? And are you capable of sustaining it? So for example, like if a developer suddenly says, hey, we're about to release a video game and we thought you might be a great fit for this, and it was a great thing, I would probably place language learning on pause to do it. Because there's a bigger return on happy dollars for a short amount of coping. And coping is not necessarily simply depression and all that stuff. Coping is how you're paying for the requirements. What are the coping stuff? What is the dollar cost in coping? Time is one. Your stamina is one. No matter what you do, spending stamina and spending time it's a coping thing. You don't gain time and gain stamina while doing these things. So these are permanent. Like I'm not going to tell you, oh, I somehow magically gain time. You can solve that. That is not a solving solution. It's a resource. So time and stamina are resources, but you have to cope with them. The return on investment is does your stamina and time, their perception of stamina and time, go up over time. So it feels like your time is worth more over time. And that's what language learning is kind of being. I think whatever I learn in Japanese and Chinese is becoming more worth. There's more value in the things I've invested versus the coping cost. And that's how, when someone says, how do you visualize what's worth it? My usual answer after like a long digression is if my investment, another way to say is if my ROI, return on investment, is significantly and consistently greater than my coping cost. So that's when it's worth it. And how often does this happen? Like 90% of the time. The reason why I say it's 90% of the time is most of the time, this 90% provides enough for a lifetime. You don't even need 90% of the time. Some people feel like they have 10% of the time. The reason why is sometimes the coping cost is insignificant compared to how much happy dollars they banked over their lifetime. Right? Because you have a bank account. And my bank account is pretty stocked, both figuratively and literally. But usually figuratively. My bank account is pretty stocked. So starting something and then finding out how to get an ROI, work on return on investment, pretty good. Pretty good. I'm playing off the pun. A happy dollar subscription service, basically. Coping is the cost of subscription. Is your sub cost. Would be a nice. That's a great modern analogy. We can build a model over this. Coping is the subscription cost. ROI is the value that you got from sentimentalism. Or also functional ROI, which is application. So application usually is like the creative process. So if you're subscribing to language learning, for example, if you're subscribing to language learning, you hope that your ROI either gives you more value in sentimentalism or it serves a functional purpose that goes back to coping. And all of these things lead to more happy dollars. It'll still cost you no matter what. So if your investment is going down, like your investment is, it's getting worse and worse. So that means your ROI is getting less and less. Then oftentimes your subscription costs also goes up. And that's what is this increase in subscription costs? Demotivation. Problems. You know, they accumulate. And when they're not solved, then your ROI goes down. If you find sources of motivation, your ROI goes up. And then because it goes up, it's going to feel like your coping cost goes down. And it's constantly back and forth. Prices change. I'm going to say prices typically change monthly, but for some people, the prices change on a daily basis. So that's a problem. Coping costs, it's going to trigger coping cost changes. So what you're going to try to do is you want to lock it in for a month at least, and then maybe a year. So then when you lock in coping costs, you can work on investments, which is your other strategies to make the process more rewarding, right? Rewarding as in it gives you more happy dollars. And most of the time, the moment you run out of happy dollars, you burn out. And burnout is very specific to something. It's far more specific to something you choose to do. Depression and like failure is when it's something you have to do. So you can't pay for it, right? So oftentimes when someone chooses to do something, they're hoping to not burn out because they're trying to generate happy dollars to pay for this. You're trying to pay for the things you have to do. If you're not generating positive net gains from the things you're choosing to do, that's a dysfunction, in my opinion. That leads to dysfunction. So whenever someone says they're playing a video game, you know, they're buying or paying for a service for a video game, and they're saying it's costing them coping points, like coping dollars. Like they're playing a game to cope. That means that they're paying on top just to cope. To me, that's a net negative cost. The coping is exceeding the return on investment. So naturally, if I were the person's friend, or maybe if I was an actual professional therapist, I would try to get the person to evaluate and see if it's truly a negative use of their choice. Choosing to do something often has to come out positive in the end. Not like literally, we're talking about figuratively, like your mind, your rewards. It can be literal too. I think the game changer, the thing that causes it to either go net negative or net positive is not really the literal things. It's usually the mental things. So if you often feel like, oh yeah, you know, I'm doing a lot of reward, you know, the things I'm choosing are making me feel happy, and then you go back to doing what you have to do, and I'm like, I'm just grinding away, it's not improving. I would say the likely case is the thing you're choosing to do is either draining you also. It's not producing a net positive. The goal is to work on that to produce net positive gains so that your things that you have to do, they get less and less painful over the years, right? Like as you're growing, the job will be less strenuous in the sense of you're doing more with less effort. And also, even if you're taking on more, you're still taking on more without like relatively collapsing because you're building yourself up. So things you choose to do are a way to build yourself up. Things you have to do, you can also build yourself up. They're not exclusive of each other. The extent is different, right? You can definitely learn a lot from having to do something. Absolutely. Like on the job, you'll learn how to do things. Going to school, you'll have a lot of do things. Lots of things, most things downstream at any level will have a choice and an obligation. And you can also choose to obligate yourself. And oftentimes I focus on the things people choose to do. Because honestly, if you're choosing to do something and it's making you worse progressively, that is something that I can point out in people so that they can choose to change it. If I point out things that they have to do and the things that constantly come up because they can't change it right now, I don't have to tell anyone that. But they already know. That's the information I'm looking for. Right? It's like the whole expert thing. Like, how do you take advantage of someone's experience? You have to share with them the things you have to do and the things you choose to do so that they can use their experience to ascertain what that is. Or like point out things. Largely, I prefer to point out things that the person knows they have control over. If I choose to point out all the things they don't have control over, I don't need to remind them of that. They already have no control over it. I think that's usually what makes people who are suffering, talking to someone who may not be suffering from the same thing, well put together. But it's not like the person who is empathizing with you through like communication expression isn't suffering or doing the things. They have it managed. So whenever someone says like, oh, like this person always seems to be happy, that means they're always happy. No, it means the net perspective of all the things throughout their lives is overall positive. You don't know the details of those things. And in fact, a lot of times, in order for it not to become personal or like unintentionally gaslighting or manipulative, the person who is happy actually is often advised to refrain from sharing how they're managing. Because if you share that, then there isn't a learning opportunity for the other person. It's kind of like the Chinese proverb, right? If you want to help a hungry person, you can feed them for a day, or you can teach them how to feed themselves. It's not that. It's giving a fish to a man, right? That man would eat for a day. Teach him how to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime, right? Those are the things. So oftentimes, whenever I'm speaking, I typically remove myself from the equation, unless asked. Like when someone asks, there's a chance. Yeah, the fishing thing is Chinese. I think it's Chinese. The proverb thing, giving a fish to a man situation. I don't know though. It's usually really far back, so you can pick one of the older cultures. Anyways, this is what I typically refrain from doing. So if I'm the person who has something that another person feels like they desire to have, drawing attention to what you're doing would not help that other person understand what they're struggling with or what they're wanting to improve, because you can't see the process. Like the person you're looking at is already happy. They are already in a position that you can't see it. There's no way to empathize or so the most appropriate way is to try to encourage that person to realize those things. And teaching skills is far more beneficial than explaining them. Like encouraging them to do the skill is likely far more apt than telling them what the skill is. Like I could tell you, which is what the internet does all the time, I could tell you that immersion is nice, or I can do it and bring you along. And this is not possible without time. And when when someone comes up to me and say like, I'm not going to watch like 36 hours of you practicing, that's a lot of time. Exactly. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Like if you think it takes a really long time to understand how I learn, how to effectively learn a language and use memory tools and learning tools, you should be thinking about that yourself. When you say it takes a long time to watch someone else do it, imagine how long it's going to take you when you're doing it for yourself. The whole point of this social experiment that I have for this channel is that if you can't be bothered to sit there and listen for 30 minutes, when you do it, it will be arguably just as long. And then when you go to explain it in 30 minutes, you'll also feel the same way, likely, when someone else comes by and say, oh, that's easy. You only spent 30 minutes getting that good. Like, well, no, you're spending 30 minutes to explain something you spent thousands of hours doing. But that person can't see it. They can't witness it. They didn't experience it. So for anyone who's here for more than 3 hours, it feels like I didn't get anything done in 3 hours. It's like, well, exactly. You don't feel like you got anything done in 3 hours. I did. The question is, one day, perhaps you might feel the same. The idea is removing that means there's no visibility for it. So whenever someone gets so used to seeing someone like, oh yeah, that person's so good, like, why are they always so good? Like, I don't think that's what that person feels like most of the time. Overall, they'll tell you what they can do because they did it for a very long time. So whenever we go back to like the cloud drawings or the flower drawings, right? I do like flowers. Flowers are great. Flowers are great to do. Like, you can start with any shape and then you can just do something. You know, you can just chuck along. Like, oh, okay, well, how do we explain this? It takes a very long time to do that. And that's kind of where we're at right now. You mean likely it would take longer for the person to go and learn how to study themselves to watch you, but I guess that justifies by considering it's more productive as it's themselves working. Both. It's a process. That's the process. So you're comparing the destination for both. You're thinking about how much net time it takes to do either. But if you don't do either, you don't do it. It doesn't matter what the time is. So if it took a long time for them to appreciate by watching me for a long time, then they have done something eventually with it. If you justify that not watching something and doing it alone in isolation, it's assuming that they are going to do it. So you can't compare something. You can't count your chickens before they hatch. So if they think that it's too long to watch me do even 1 day of my study and understand that process, then they wouldn't do it in the first place, or they are unlikely to do it in the first place. Because to me, it's easier to watch someone do something than to actually do it right now. For now, the social norm is it's easier to watch. I don't know about them. I could definitely justify a 3-hour Maku explanation. So hear me out. Hear me out. The goal now is that you can do the same thing. Like, you can do this at some point. The thing is, it's normalizing how long it takes to get meaningful things. So now you have an experience where you can justify a 3-hour explanation by someone. That means, what can you do in 3 hours? Like, now, what can you do to explain something to yourself in 3 hours? Not 15 minutes, not 5 minutes, not 2 minutes, not a swipe, a 5-second swipe. What can you do in 3 hours? And you know what's even better than that? My explanation is not going to be guaranteed that you'll be interested in it. But when you explain something to yourself for 3 hours, it will most definitely be something more interesting and personal to you. In 3 hours, you can explain all things Discord to someone, I guess. Yeah, that's one thing. It's going to be way more important. There's an essay that I watched recently. 3 or 4 essays. 3 of the guys are talking about the current contrast in attention span. More, and we don't use the word attention span, at least in my opinion. And these three guys don't use the word attention span. They use the word focus. And focus is normalized through practice very, very strongly. The internet has proven that despite, and it's not the internet's fault. So all 3 and 4 of these essays do not blame something. They don't externalize the fault. They understand what is contributing to it and use it as a source. And one of them is focus. When someone talks about, oh yeah, genius, a genius is naturally very focused, right? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about normalized behavior, as in, what is the average focus? It could be an X number, right? This is the average focus. That means statistically, 90%, 80 to 90% of a normal distribution population will have this amount of focus time. Now we know when you hit the internet, this time goes down, and it goes down significantly. And one way to correlate that oftentimes is the material's length of critical thinking. Critical thinking, interest. So, for example, this one essay, they talked about the prevalence of reading since the printing press, so books. And then now the dawn of television, then dawn of the internet, and then dawn of the smartphone, right? So they specifically talked, and these are correlations, these are associations and repeatable through history about how information is transferred, and then how information leads to thinking process for a specific expected amount of time. So in this case, that's what I'm doing. And I don't really, for me, I don't care about the algorithm per se. I don't care. I'm not making a living off this. I'm choosing to invest, right? And the thing is, if I do this, to me, it would be doing the opposite of what I want to do. If someone cannot stay for only one time longer than they usually can, then I have not achieved my goal. So if someone comes by and is like, oh man, here's the comment that I get most consistently. I have never or remembered the last time I talked for this long. That is the most common comment I ever get when someone reaches that point. So what is that? It could be 5 minutes. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 6 hours. Actually, the most common time is around 6 hours because I only make 6 hours to talk, and most of the people have around 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours. It's whoever stays. Obviously, this is a null situation. If the person doesn't stay, then they didn't do it, right? So some people would say they've never spoke for 10 hours, 15 minutes. The most common is actually 2 to 3 hours from my experience, my personal experience. But it's still greater than their average length. So what is the average length of YouTube videos? It's probably around 15 minutes. And that's long. The average attention span for a short is 2 minutes. Actually, not even 2 minutes. We're going to put it at 30 seconds because of TikTok and YouTube put together. So those are the average attention span. So what am I asking for? I stream, approximately 8 hours average across my entire lifespan per day. And my entire career span or whatever you have. So if I can get someone to do 3 minutes, that is telling, that in my opinion over time is telling that person they can pay attention for 3 minutes. That's a win. Because, and you might be thinking, but what is too long? If you're gonna look at like super extremes, what is too long then? Too long is talking 6 hours every single day with me. That's too long. So how do I figure out what's too long? Too long is when you have things you have to do and they are being sacrificed. That's too long. Now you might be thinking, well then TikTok is good, right? It's too long. No, that's remember that we're talking about endpoints. TikTok is like 4 hours to people. It only gives you focuses of 30 seconds, but it takes a total amount of time that is too long. So yes, I'm not sitting here being romantic like someone is going to listen to me for 5 hours every single day. We're not working on focus. Focus has to be greater than they all currently are. Because what's too short then? What is too short of an attention span when it sacrifices things you have to do? So everything, this is not, it depends. I'm telling you, in my opinion, what it depends. This is it. What you have to do, if it's too short, then this goes down. If it's too long, then this goes down. So if the things you have to do is dysfunctional and you keep saying you don't have enough focus for it, it's too short. When you're saying you spend too much time and you're not getting things done, too long. There's something in your process that's taking up too much time to do the things you have to do. So in between that, I know it's likely going to be greater than 30 seconds for sure. Like I would say 99.9% of the things you have to do is going to take more than 30 seconds. And then too long, I can tell you like I'm going to say 0.1% of things do not require 6 hours every day. In fact, I could probably lower that down to maybe 2 hours a day. So it's within this range is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone to improve their focus across this entire range. And it's not treated equal here because you can always go shorter. You can't go longer. Endurance is a lifelong skill. It goes up, but you can always go down. So most of the time my goal is to get them to be slightly too long and they can always shorten it. So when you get to a point where you've invested too much time, like in this stream, like for example, like listening to me or listening to whoever it is that you listen to, and that person says, hey, you know what? I don't have time, but it was great chatting. I'll come by when I have time. That is someone who can focus long enough, but also have the ability to know when it's too long. And to me, that is far safer than someone who has too short of a focus and dedicated too much time to the short focus thing. And that's the reason I believe that is because this prevents skill building. There's no time for skill building. It destroys life skills. Like life skills get wrecked when you have too short of a focus time and disproportionately contributing short focus times to a medium that takes up all your time. The reason why this is dangerous is because you can't tell it takes a long time, right? I'll give you an example that doesn't deal with attention. When you spend microtransactions, microtransactions are a great example of how to to trick your mind, right? $1. If you pay $1 100 times, if you pay $100, you know, if you pay $1 100 times, it feels manageable. And the reason why I'm saying this is there's useful, you can use this to your advantage too. But as a negative advantage, if you don't have $100 to spend, like say you can't spend more than $10, the person could still do this. The person can still be convinced to spend $100 if the singular amount is less than $10. Meanwhile, if you said, oh, this thing is $100 up front, it would trigger this and they would not do it. Now, what's a great way to apply this human condition? This is in my opinion, this is a basic human condition. You have to one has to understand this about themselves as a human being. Relativity really matters here. So, for example, how do we use this functionally? We'll use time again. When you say you have to study for 100 hours to prepare for a test. So if you procrastinate and say, oh, I only have 3 hours to squeeze in 100 hours, that's impossible. But maybe say you have 7 days. Now it's possible, but it sucks. Like you're less likely to get it accomplished most of the time. What if you say you had 30 days and you had to study for 100 hours? Well, then it's 100 divided by 30, right? Hours per day. That's another way to use the microtransaction approach. And that's what long form, short form format is to me. This is what I'm using. If someone can stay longer than their average time in one session. So any one of my videos, if they watch longer because of me interacting with them or something, then their minimum thing, that's a win for focus. If they return and only invest what they can focus, that can produce more improved focus. And it also means they're spending more total time with me. Now the question, and what I hope to gain from this, is they will find out when it's too much time by maybe hearing me say something or whatnot, because you are trying to find how much time you're willing to spend total relative to how much time you focus on something. A singular session is testing the extent of your focus. The total amount of time is giving you the relative basis of how to put into perspective what your focus time is. So whenever you're thinking about work, which is what typically people think about. So in studying, right? Studying, I already have numbers. I can use my personal numbers. For WaniKani, on this day, this lesson day, which is exclusive of me yapping, which I'm yapping right now, the actual session will usually, this particular day would take 2 hours. Right? I know that this is not my upper limit. That would be this would be, any given day would be my focus time. And how often I contribute across the time is like, can I commit 2 hours per day to reach a goal of 50 hours to reach a certain place, right? That's the thing that most people think about. They think about the total number of hours to reach a certain goal. How is it done? I know how it's done. It's 2 hours a day on average every day to get to this. Some people think of it as like, oh, it's 50 hours, so I'll just cram it into 3 days. That is possible. The difference is they might think this is the only way. Now, what is it great to know what your upper limit is? Some days I might do 1 hour. Some days I might do 2 hours. Okay, I dropped an hour. I'll do 3 hours the next day because I'm not at my upper limit. Right? Then I'll go back to doing 2 hours. And then some days I will do an extra hour. And then I'll go back to 2 hours. This creates a dynamic. You're able to adjust to changes like noise. This does not. This means either you do it or you don't. And some people thrive on this, you know. And when you thrive on this, the bulk and cut method, that means you would want to encourage this person to create coping mechanisms for it. They have to get better at this. You can make this work. You can make this style work if you're working on it. The thing is, a lot of times people keep saying you want to do the journey, not the destination. And they keep addressing this and not this. So if you want a true journey and you want it to be a life skill that's maintained consistently, so you don't have good days and bad days, you just have average days, then understand that average days require certain discipline that the way you're thinking doesn't. So you know you need to achieve something, but you don't know how to achieve it. And that is tied to why I have chosen to do certain formats and not other formats. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do the other formats. It takes time to do the other formats. So the other formats will be represented in its appropriateness. So I'm still going to be like 80% long format. But then there will be different tiers, like 10% will be a certain format, TM, soon TM, right? And then another 5% will be another format. It will represent what I'm literally talking about. This is my makeup of format. When I watch something, it actually averages out to be an hour. Most of my things, I have certain things that take about 5 minutes of my attention, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and the average is typically an hour because I have hour things, and then I have 2-hour things, and 5-hour things, 5-hour and 6-hour things. And when you average all those frequencies together, most of my tasks hovers around 2 hours. It's long enough to accommodate the vast majority of people's attention spans in a day, and it's long enough to accommodate anything I have to do, like eating usually doesn't pass 2 hours. The one thing that I struggle with, which I will admit, is sleeping. Sleeping takes 8 hours, but the nice thing is sleeping has some properties that I can wiggle around, right? And you don't focus on sleeping, so that's kind of, well, you kind of do and kind of don't. It's not as bad, right? Like if you're able to meditate for 30 minutes versus 2 hours, that's kind of the thing. So good enough. If you think you can't focus for more than 30 seconds, I would bet against you that you're not born with an attention span of 30 seconds. Like I'm willing to pay you if you somehow could logically prove to me that your attention span is less than 30 seconds. And the first thing you would probably start with is stop doing everything that takes less than 30 seconds. And give it a week or a month. If someone still takes my money, then they're either very arrogant or stubborn, or I don't understand how brains work and how humans work. And that'd be fine. Like, I'm willing to admit that I have humans all wrong if they somehow still, once they remove everything that takes only 30 seconds, that they can earnestly and morally justify that they still have a 30-second attention span. Usually you stop doing things either from frustration, like constant hard card situation, or having to go and do something else that's an obligation. Yeah. That's going back to coping. So we're talking, remember, like, it's a different side of attention. Like, coping is the other life skill. So coping and happy dollars, it goes back to the happy dollars thing. So you have your happy dollars, your upper limit and lower limit problems. So negative stimuli will cause an upper limit problem. Quitting is an upper limit problem. You don't know your limitations if you quit from other things. And then the lower limit one is if you're doing so well, you never challenge yourself. So you have upper and lower limits. And then coping is one of those strategies. If you get frustrated, for example, if you get frustrated and you work on being frustrated for 3 minutes, say 3 minutes, it comes up and like, oh yeah, I'm done. I'm quitting after 3 minutes of struggling with the same cards. The next time, if it's 3 minutes and 10 seconds, it's more than the last time. Then the next time, it could be 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Then we're entering another life skill. Problem solving. Problem solving is the combination of being frustrated, the endurance for frustration, and focus put together. When you can solve problems, it means you have a consistent enough focus by offsetting the things that causes focus to be capped, and you have a balance. So people who solve a lot of problems are actually people who engage in a lot of frustrating moments, far more than people who are not successful. So that's the irony and the disconnect between when someone says, oh yeah, it must be great to be a problem solver. You're so good at problem solving. It must be nice not to have problems. And oftentimes I'm going to say something like, well, this is the chicken and the egg issue. When you're thinking about chicken and the egg, problems existed for the person first, and they got good at solving the problems, not the other way around most of the time. The classical pattern of someone who's good at problem solving is because they encounter a lot of problems. In fact, they are good at problem solving because they go and look for problems to solve. And we're not talking about problems that find them. They go to look for problems. So they enter phases of frustration, consternation, negative feedback, demotivation. And because they try to solve those, they become good problem solvers. So in fact, whenever someone doesn't solve problems really well, and they look at someone who doesn't have problems, can you tell the difference between a good problem solver or someone who doesn't solve problems? You really can't until you ask them. So a good problem solver will probably have lots of problems because they have lots of problems to solve. Like for me, I could sit here and tell you all the problems of WaniKani, but I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you how I solved them. I mean, I'm going to raise awareness when they come up, like for my own benefit. Like, oh, you know, I have this problem. Time to solve it. Because this is the good part. So in fact, most of the time, when someone doesn't have a lot of problems and you see them solve a lot of problems, it's because they probably engaged and solved more problems than you have. Right? Because it's practice. XP. The vast majority of people who have quote unquote less current problems that are debilitating, like poor coping and stuff, it's largely because they had more problems that they successfully solved. So if you want to have less problems, you gotta know how to deal with more problems at your choice. Like you can create challenges for yourself. You can challenge yourself, right? That to me is the irony. So whenever someone is like in a bad state, when you're in a bad state, you often look at people who are in a good state as though they don't understand. It's true. It's true. It's hard to understand when you're in different states. So we can use logic. And oftentimes, this is where the bad state person fails in their logic at the moment. Like presently. The logic is someone in a good state has less problems. So that's why they're in a better state. No, usually in reality, the good state is produced because they tackled more problems. Someone who's well-adjusted is someone who have overcome more problems than probably the person who's less adjusted. Like, it's not always true. However, logic would dictate that it is likely the case that the person who is quote-unquote well-adjusted, not like lucky. We're not talking about someone who's like rich and lucky and have all these things. You can kind of argue that is a upper limit problem. But someone who is well-adjusted, who is constantly solving problems, is someone who have encountered way more problems than you have. And like whoever I'm talking to, if you think that a well-adjusted person has no problems, it's oxymoronic. If they don't have problems, they're terrible at adjusting to things. Like that's the logical human condition. If you're adaptive, it means you learn to adapt. You don't magically have adaptive skills because you have none of those experiences yet. You have none of the knowledge even. If you never encounter a problem, you never know how to solve it. So most of the time, I think this is where sharing can produce dissonance. So I typically try not to share too much about myself when trying to make the focus on someone else. One of the golden rules, like in my opinion, one of the golden rules, I'm not a working professional therapist, but it's not to create a dual relationship where one person is creating contrast with another person. The person who is struggling and trying to solve the problem, they have to keep the eyes on themselves. So whenever you're asking for things, it's, that statement, it's not about me, it's about you. The focus is on you. So the less you want to, so this statement that I'm making here, grain of salt. It's not necessary to know who suffered more, who had more problems solved over their lives. However, to explain the logic is that someone who is well-adjusted, the reality is that they solved more problems. That's how they become well-adjusted. And that's what the internet does to me. The internet looks at numbers games. I don't think a person who's well-adjusted is any better in the long run when we're talking about the end than a poorly adjusted person to be able to solve their problems. At least I refuse to believe that. And maybe that's a romantic situation. But I think someone who is able to focus on themselves and understand the problems that they have, they are capable of building themselves up in that same way at some point. The days you sometimes have 5+ DM conversations with people. There you go. That is certainly one thing. Days you can stay in person is willing to talk for a while. Okay. And I guess your issue would be with dealing with hard car situations, so you're mentally able to continue afterwards. Exactly. Exactly. I think endurance sucks. Like, what I mean is endurance naturally sucks. I mentioned this in our talks about how endurance is a life skill. Because usually you can't substitute it. Knowledge does not bring endurance. Knowing doesn't bring endurance. Endurance brings it due to doing the actual task. So oftentimes when people think about the Holy Grail, and again, this is, take it with a grain of salt. Torture, like the self-loathing, self-deprecation, the concept is that endurance happens over time, and conceptually length of time is something humans, in my opinion, for now, I don't know if it's actually true, like innately, but for now, the medians that we have makes things that happen over time difficult. It's inherently difficult to appreciate things over time. Hence, we made a lot of tech, right? Lots of tech to try to help this. But in response, it didn't really improve it that much. What is length over time? It's a process. So every time we talk about, like you and I, Mika, when we talk about cause and consequence, we're talking about a specific time. Like a very specific point in time. When you were talking about the justifications of watching me plus them learning, that is a specific time. So that means that you're talking about the total time when they do this, when they have accomplished this, versus them alone. This will be true because this would be greater than this most of the time. That is a specific time. But the thing is, what about what happens in the process? So if they didn't see me, would they continue to do and reach this specific point? Right now we're thinking about two things happening. We're talking about A happening and then B versus B alone. There's a process linking this. It's at least 2 points now. We're talking about 2 points in time, not 1 point in time. Since there's no comparison for 1 point in time, you usually compare it with B's specific time. So then we start comparing, like, oh, if something takes 10 hours and something takes 20 hours, clearly 10 hours is better. That is still using the leap of logic. This is a leap of logic. Right? And this is what the internet does. It cuts out the process. So what can you achieve in 20 hours when you can achieve in 10 hours? Well, what are the conditions? Like, are you talking about another endpoint, like 1000 kanji here? And it could be 800 kanji here. And then you can turn it into a rate. When you turn it into a rate, then this rate up here is better. That's still better than having 1 point of reference. And the process keeps going. It gets deeper and deeper. Right? When I think about these things, I'm already layering, in my opinion, at least 5 factors. Like Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, French. And that's for one variable. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, you're spending 8 hours a day to do this, when you could have just spent 8 hours a day doing Japanese to get further in Japanese. Like, yes, if you only care about Japanese. It's like, wouldn't it be better for you to spend all 8 hours learning the thing that I care about? Right? That's projection. And realistically, I would say yes, if I only cared about Japanese. And it's like, but wouldn't, even if you do it, say like you spent the same amount and then you only had, you focus on other parts of Japanese. I'm like, yeah, if I cared about those things, about Japanese. But you know, when I'm doing this, I'm also doing something different from you. This means that the process matters. And I'm not saying all the time when people talk to each other, this is what happens. It actually doesn't happen very often. Most people say like, oh, I learned 100 kanji in 10 days. And then someone else said, I learned 200 kanji in 10 days. Oh, let me know how you did it. It's faster. That's normal conversation, in my opinion. This is social norm. Everyone's on the same page. I'm not here to talk about this stuff. This stuff doesn't tell me anything. Like, oh, great. Like 100. How did you do it? I will determine if it's faster, easier, etc. when you tell me the actual details. And how I'm doing it. Right? I don't jump the gun, which is what most people do, and say, oh yeah, clearly this is better. So I just need to, quote unquote, learn how to do this. Like, yes, that's exactly the point. You didn't know what you're getting yourself into because you rarely ever think about how you're gonna learn to do this first. Like, the assumption is made is that both of these things take the same skills that you already have, which is absolutely not true. It's even things that are similar are still not similar. Like whenever someone says like, oh yeah, this is Duolingo, you know, I hate Duolingo, but this is a better Duolingo. And then when I look at them, it's like, they're not the same thing. Because if they were, you would get the same results. Like, oh, this is Duolingo, but better. I'm like, okay, can you explain the differences and the similarities? And then they would be different, right? They'd be different. And then they would say like, oh, that's how you know that the thing works. And I'm like, that's not exactly how you know the things work. That's like the weakest, most superficial way to convince yourself that something is better. And I would say maybe over 60% of people make debates and arguments based on this type of logic without understanding methodology at all. There was times where someone says this is the best, you know, immersion is the best thing since sliced bread. Yeah, it's also very complicated. Like, what I mean is the same person would say, oh yeah, immersion works best if done correctly. I'm like, okay, what do you mean by if done correctly? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what is done correctly. It just clicked for me. It's like you don't understand it. Like, how can you tell someone that this works better if you just said it worked for you, but it's complicated to explain to you? You just have to do it. Right? And I'm like, yeah, you just have to do it. That's a great place to start. But you can't tell me it's done. It will work if you're telling me that I have to just do it. Very common. probably something else related would be how excuses are made, right? When you cannot explain the connection between an excuse or a reasoning with its cause, then it's often more of an excuse. When you can explain the reasoning and the connections, and you can do something that changes the outcome, then that would be something causal. So having things that you are unable to change does not make it valid. It can possibly be true, but it is not always true, or not all, like, it can't be determined to be the exact cause. That happens quite a bit. Like when someone says, I don't know, though it's getting cold, so they're like, this happens, and it's related to something Mika talked about before, and it's not like these people are unhappy. They're actually not unhappy. They're really well adjusted when it comes to that because they planned around it. But they say that, like, I have friends who, whenever it gets cold in the winter, they will have the flu at least twice a year. So since they can't explain the connection or the triggers of it, they worked on what they believe and help the other processes that they know that's well. So if they know that flu is going to happen, they can do preventative measures and or recovery measures. So if you know you're going to burn out, you can also control how you recover from that burnout. So when you know you're going to make a mistake and it's consistently a mistake, then you're going to learn enough about it when you investigate it to change the outcome. It could get worse, obviously. It could get worse, but it would change the outcome, as opposed to consistently thinking that the same outcome is going to magically change with more of it. Sometimes it does. I agree. Memory is a great argument against it, where if you see something 10 times as the same, you'll probably remember it, right? Like, yeah, it's a great counter argument. I don't really have a counter argument against it. Sometimes life gives you exceptions, and you learn that those are exceptions. How are you going to use that? So for me, if you know that there are hard things, we never realized Maku streams would be good JP study background noise until today. You'll be doing this more. All right. Anyways, we're gonna try not to eclipse 4 hours, or else these practices are gonna come back up. So let's get to this. All right, cleaning. Shoji. Oh, it's a different read. Oh no. Yeah, but I know Solji. G, is that onyomi or is that kunyomi? Onyomi, okay. The double onyomi. I think this is fine. Soji, I remember. Good morning, Chern. Good morning. You feel free to get on with your thing, not elaborate a ton. Yeah, it's fine. Exclude outside exception makes sense. Jogai. Ooh, going up. Okay. I always feel like Joe goes down. It feels good going down, but that one went up. Inquire. Do you have a kunyomi yet? No, I don't think I have a kunyomi. It's polite, slightly formal when you directly ask someone. Okay. Tazuneru. We do have another Tazu actually. Yeah, we do have another Tazu. I could use Tazu again. For kanji, sometimes the TTS just sounds like a sigh breath. Yeah. Yep. Like nush. Nush. Shiki. Or shitashi. Like shitashi. Like anything with like shi. at the end, or like she into a hard sound. No, like not even any voice, just a sigh. That's not right. Like a ha, or a kanji with one syllable. That doesn't sound normal. You're talking about a audible sigh for one mora. Yeah, like ha. So you're saying something like for one syllable. And you're talking about just a sigh for what? Like, what is the sigh for? Like, what I mean is, what is it linked up with? Like, if the kanji is just ha, then it just sounds like, yeah, because it is. Like, what I mean is, those are the sounds it makes. Like, what I mean is, that's what the ha. It is a sigh. Well, it can be a sigh. I guess you have words that's just ha. Oh, what is that? Harajuku. You find it funny? Oh, okay. Like harajuku would be one. Like hara. Oh, haraga heta. Like he. It sounds much more like sigh-like than people saying it. Okay. Sure. As long as you know, I suppose. Situational. In the instance where the only sound is that for the TTS, yeah, and what do they do? Do they actually say ha? I mean, I'm gonna give you other examples. Shiki is one. Chi at the end also does it. Bakchi, right? Bakchi. It would be like something like box, or hak. It's something weird about the TTS. Well, I don't know if it's that weird, honestly. Chinese, the weird ones are all the E's. All the E's can be a little weird. You'll figure out the common ones over time. You're using another 5 or 10 different TTS voices and only some do it. Yeah. Yep. Only some do it. They are built on databases, on data sets. So that means that someone does it, if you know what I mean. So it is weird and it is transformative, but it also means that someone does it. Enough to create that pattern. I think sometimes whenever someone says like an averaging effect, that's what the averaging effects do. Like it's related to averaging effects. Oftentimes or like, oh true, you have a keeping with someone having to do it. Yeah, you have a whole database, right? You have a whole database and then you're trying to average it into a tone or synthesize a tone based on a data set. And whenever I think about how people think about like native voices, they often think about, oh yeah, native voices, if only a language was consistent so that I can just listen to a native voice and then have that native voice represent everything. I'm like, that's like taking one person and pretending like it's the average and you want the average. And then oftentimes they come around, it's like, yeah, that's why TTSs are so bad. And I'm like, TTSs are averages. You mean TTSs are bad because the average sucks. for speech. They don't actually suck that much, honestly. I think oftentimes when people talk about the data that they want and the representation that they desire are two different things. This new 20 kanji set you're working on is a little brutal to memorize compared to last set. Oh. It'll be interesting to see what is special about this kanji set that makes it particularly brutal. I'm sure you have some ideas, I suppose. It's still early days though, it hasn't been a week yet. We're gonna stick to Tazu for now. I gotta move along. Interrogation, inquire, and question. So what is this? Mon? We'll probably use Mon, right? So Jinmon.
Jinmon.
Jinmon. Okay. How much? Ikura.
Ikura.
Ikura. Oh, it's both. Ikura and Ikura. Oh, you know what? This contradicts someone who got on my case about. This contradicts the pitch accent that someone got on my case about. So it's both Ikura and Ikura. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is accurate though. Makes sense. Usually Ikura and Ikura is kana written. Do they write this? No, they don't. That's fine.
Ikura.
Ikura. Okay.
Jogai.
That's something special, you think? Do you want me to send some of them? No, that's fine. Never mind. It's a very easy set since you said that somehow. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
尋ねる
Oh, right.
掃
掃
除。
除。掃除。
尋問。
尋問。Oops.
Ikura.
Oh no. That's bad news bears. We've already eclipsed. How do we already have eclipsed? Oh no. We have another set. Wait, we had other sets? And then we have till 10. So we have an hour, but we had another set. Alright, it's fine. We'll complete it soon. 63, so we had 78. That's actually on the high side. 78. That's a lot of vocabulary. Alright. Ikutsu. Oh yeah, ikutsu. Makes sense.
いくつ。
Or ikutsu. Huh. I really thought that would have been heiban, but I guess e, yeah. It does sound nice. Ikutsu. Ikutsu is fine. Actually, what is your note for this? It has the same meaning. Okay, you know this because you. Okay, this is usually written in kana. Yeah, most of those are actually. Geometry. How much? Wait, how much? What study? This kind of feels like mathematics, but okay. How many what in this area of study? You ask these questions. Not this area of study is geometry because you have to ask how many sides. That doesn't work. Sorry, but we'll remember this as geometry. It's fine. So, are you gonna have a different read here? Or is it gonna be special? But be like, oh, it could be like it could nan. It could yeah, it could nangaku.
幾何学
Oh, never mind. Okay, it's fine. Gaku is fine, and then yeah, Kika. Okay, ooh, they're using the standard key. It's fine. And then Kika is ka is actually the onyomi. Kagaku. Why do they say this is special? Ka is the onyomi.
幾何学
The ka is not weird. E is a little weird. It's fine. We're okay with this. Knit. Library and thread. Bring thread to the library to knit. Hen. Because if you try to do it at home, all your hens will try to eat the thread. Okay. We're gonna book it. Sweep. I don't know what the kunyomi for sweep is.
吐く
It's not haku. Huck. Huck. I think I'm using hat, right? Let's see. Soul. Let's say his soul with his the cookies with his swept. Maybe like for his soul. Okay. Legacy.
Doro.
In a way, it's almost more efficient watching too, since you learn the kanji as well sometimes. Fair enough.
幾何学
Hangaku. Like by exposure is a lot on stream, you remember? That's fair. That's the bottom line. The bottom line. Or the bottom line. I've met a couple people who came by every once in a while and said that how they acquire their language is by watching other people learn. And what I mean by that is they learn with them. And here's a different thing. If you wanted to hear someone use limited Japanese that is relevant to the English, watch a Japanese person learn English. Because oftentimes the Japanese will reflect, it will come down to a level, in my opinion, come down to a level that reflects the English they're describing. That happens quite often. Like when I'm describing these things, I typically end up using English that is well below my typical vocabulary. So you can reinforce in the other direction. You can hear a Japanese person learning English, which is exactly the direction. Yeah, watching Japanese people learning. Obviously, Japan doesn't really have that much. Like, Japan really doesn't have that much interest in learning English, relatively speaking. But when you do, you can use that as a alternative.
いくつ
Oh.
泥
Doro.
吐く
Okay. Muddy water. Oh no. Probably Doromizu.
泥水
It's already set up for Kun, so we just assume it's Doromizu. A pole refers to anything that's long, thin, and solid. Okay. There's a bowl. Bowl is oftentimes exceptional when it comes to standalone, but since this is an object, if it's an object, it typically has a kunyomi.
棒
There's the exception.
棒
What was it? Bowl? Jo or like Shol, Jo tend to be exceptions. When it comes to onyomi. They're strong onyomi. Sa? Sa, ni, o. So there are a couple onyomis that flex as kunyomi overlap things. So this one is, I'm not surprised. Usually you just assume it's kunyomi. This one, it had bowl, so room for pause. Previously, oh, since. We're gonna add since here because it's a weak. This is a weak Hanzi as well. For since, G for since. Key makes sense. G and key line up. We're moving right along. To be surprised. Kunyomi. What was this one? Kyo? Kyo gets replaced.
驚く
Odoroku. Okay. I don't think we have another Odoro. And I don't think Odoro is gonna be good enough. So let's do. There was a new O that they introduced. Old. O for old. And then do, dog, do, which one? It's not row, and it's not both rows. Do, what was, no, road. Yeah, dodo, road, dog road. And we got kyo. So in Kyoto. In Kyoto. At the O station. Do by the ro cookies eating or cookies surprised, be surprised. With cookies surprised. Okay. So what is it? Odoro. Yeah, odoroku. Okay, fair enough. Admiration. Speaking of Sai, there's your admiration. It's interesting that this turns out to be Sai as opposed to... Oh, it is a Sai actually. Admiration, surprise, and Sai put together. It's kind of a wacky one. Kyotan.
Kyotan.
Kyotan. Oh, yeah, we're done. Okay. Admiration's a tough one. We might have to write something for that.
棒
Oh.
泥水
Doromizu. Or muddy water. Kyotan.
驚嘆
Kyotan. Odoroku.
驚く
All right. To lament. Okay. Die over cookies. We don't have a kunyomi. Han is not a kunyomi.
嘆く
Nakiku. A throw. Oh, that's interesting. Nugget for throw. You see, WaniKani does reads alongside meaning. Makes sense that you have no particular issue with one or the other. Yeah, pretty much. They don't connect them though. HanziHero connects them. I connect them. So the mnemonics that I make connect the two. They make one for meaning and one for reading. Not connect the two. With shorthand. We're not using nage. Nage is way too specific. So we have what now? Oh, nachos. We can use nachos still. Nachos and gecko. Gecko would have to come. We can say two gecko. They're really on the fence about Makinga kanji reads text. Oh, making making kanji read text. I see. I read it as Japanese. By coincidence, it would be Makinga making. All right. Laments. Okay, so we're gonna use not nachos. How about oh no. He na I guess he na yeah, we're gonna say he na to gecko cookies. Oh, lament. Giving cookies to gecko, giving cookies lament. Averaging 12 to 18 minutes for 20 new kanji meanings. Definitely more optimized than it used to be even a week ago. Sounds good. Sounds good. Tansoku. Tansoku. Makes sense. Breath and sigh. Yep, it takes time because it stands for meters. Normal. Oh yeah. Wait, that's normal? This might need help. You line up your body with the sun and everything looks normal. Okay. Who is normal? Interesting. Like in futsu? Well, it's like in things that I haven't seen yet, so yeah, sure, futsu. Sure. Thanks. Actually, futsu. Yeah. So, that's fine. But that's not what I was asking myself. I was asking myself in Chinese, actually. So, not the Japanese that I wouldn't know. Yes, I see that. It's right here. Thanks, James. Like, I'm learning this. This is the lesson. So, I can't possibly... We're gonna learn these things. Telling doesn't help. Telling does not help. Soon you see that doesn't know. Cool. Soon you see something that doesn't look so normal. It's a fool jester. I don't know how I feel about that. How do we connect fool to line up and sun? We could use day instead. That's become a little bit popular. In the day. You can use both the sun and the day. The sun during the day. You wonder what you'll do with your sleep schedule tonight? Me too. Me too. The sun during the day. I'll come back to that. Line up. Maybe we'll change the lineup to conjoined twins. Fool as a adjective. Or we can simply throw in the fool. Let's just say a fool. Line up with the sun. Line up their sights. Line up. Maybe you think it's normal. Normal exists. Maybe 3 to 7:30, considering 4 now is a nice spot and you already have a nap. That is an area for future discussion for sure. Exclamation mark. Yeah, Psy does deal with exclamation. With feelings this time. And token. Interesting that they use token in this way. A sign or a mark. Yeah, that's fine. Let's say Kantan.
Kantanfu.
Makes sense? Future discussion regarding your questionable sleeping habits? They're only questionable if you're aware of they're questionable in some way. So, I guess we'll find out. It's impressive that you're able to do it. A storage warehouse is some kind of warehouse. Yeah, it's just warehouse and storage house. Curious about the difference between those two? Yeah. Traditional Japanese storehouses versus modern storehouses. Solka.
Soko.
Soko. Oh, that's ko, not ka. Has to give car. Soko. Okay.
Soko.
Fair enough. Oh. Did I skip? I think I skipped ton. Oh, I did skip ton. I skipped ton on here. What's the second character? Storage? Or do you mean the message? It's ko. Or storage. Or kuda. Kuda. Or the kunyomi. I've got ton in this thing altogether. So that's why I didn't come up with it. Let's say the ton man. Oh boy. Wait, why did I write to gecko twice? Okay, nage. Yeah.
Nageku.
Oh, to lament, right?
Tansoku.
Tansoku.
Kantanfu. Soko.
Do they introduce every word character before flashcard starts to show on them? Yeah, these are lessons. That's what I was talking about when James said like in futsu. That's exactly what they're doing right now. So saying what it is before I learn the thing or exposed to the thing is repeating exactly what's going to happen soon. And that happens a lot when someone pops in and does the internet thing. The internet thing is being told it, and I'm asking myself questions because I'm seeing what I remember or what I know about it before I expose myself to it. So oftentimes when I'm doing this is I don't know if you ever saw how I interact with lessons, but generally the first time I look at something, I also ask myself, what do I know about it? So oftentimes when someone introduces new information, that's exactly what they're doing. I haven't gotten to it yet because I'm looking to see what I know related to it. So whenever I say, huh, storehouse, I wonder where else that's here. Futsu is just a common word. That's a using just that uses a fact to cover up what you're not listening to me. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Just because it's a common word doesn't mean the internet thing. Usually you're not around for lessons. No, okay. Like, I don't mean to sound rude either. I'm just like, I didn't say it was rude. I was trying to tell you that that's how I take it. So even if it's a common word, that doesn't mean that someone would know it. That's a presumption. You know, the statistics is it's a presumption. And then even if it's a common word, it doesn't help someone to learn something when they can't contextualize it. Unless that's how you learn. That's perfectly fine to me. I respect that that might be why you think is how you remember things, but I usually don't go about it that way. The best way to learn for me is to form associations. I'm not sure if we had this discussion before, but I can always find some time to talk about how associations work for me. I think this has ended up being Kuda as well. Wondering what the difference between Kuda and Kuda is. Long ago, Kuda was placed to store grain, while Kuda used to be associated with places to store vehicles, as the kanji composition suggests. These days, they're both used for general storage, but also refer to places to store goods and merchandise. Between the two.
Kuda.
Kuda? Okay. It's not Kuda, but Kuda. The other one is probably Kuda as well, now that I think about it. We'll look at the other.
Kuda.
Pretty sure the other one is Kuda, as in Odaka. Odaka, as opposed to Atamadaka. Anyways, pretty straightforward to remember them then, since they're both Kuda as a standalone. Descendant. Makes sense. Descendant is what? R. Z. Zishen. Yeah, Zishen. Still, descendant or grandchild. Honestly, I still think of grandchild when I think of descendant. Let's see. Son and Shison. Shison. Okay. They just Atamadaka. Okay. Shison. Okay. Corridor. Oh, special. Corridor is quite special. Okay. They went with roll for the onyomi. I'm not too satisfied with using row for roll, like this specific roll. The corridor, what do we have? We have the canopy, the good, oh, and just the guy. Okay. So the guy under the canopy along the corridor. You're mainly using an immersion approach. Fair enough. So you can see why that sort of difference would arise. You haven't done much explicit kanji studying at all, but comfortable with kanji that show up a lot. Fair enough. Yeah, there's some fun ones in there, like seeing Kire and Ikutsu and Ikuda showed up today as their kanji form. but they typically are not in their kanji form if you're using an immersion approach. Exclusively, right? Or mainly. I do the reverse. I do abstraction and association before I rely on immersion approaches. I don't particularly find immersion approaches a way to elicit my interest. But my immersion approaches tend to be simply listening to what I know, not to what I don't know. So oftentimes my kanji studies are what dictates what I extract and practice from my immersion approaches. Immersion is not an active input. It's being used as a passive and active output. So it's for recall most of the time. So yeah, there would be a difference between them. It's usually reinforced when I hear it for comprehension. So this is not to suggest that I don't use immersion approaches, but my immersion approaches are typically used to listen to what I already know, as opposed to listen to what I don't know. The guy under the canopy along the corridor. The guy along the canopy along the corridor. Do eat? Or just the roll eat? Yep. Good to go. Grandchild. Was it Mugi? Probably Mugi.
Mago.
Mago. Dang it! I'm thinking of something else. Mago. I don't think we have a lot of Moggles. I doubt we have a lot of Moggles. That's the first time I've ever had a... Yeah, Tamago is not that. It's the full character. Not enough. Yeah, no. Okay, so we'll break it up. Mago, so Ma and... What did I use for Go? It can't be Go, right? Go is too generic. Could use Goat. No, we'll just use Go. It's fine. I am a grandchild and the child. That's kind of weird. The grandchild and another child. With the Ma. Thread to the thread store to buy thread. Go. Why must your motivation usually spike between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m.? It would be interesting to find what you're associating with that then. Like, why is that? Perhaps that's something to observe. Soup.
Su.
Okay, soup is fine. Okay. Alright. So.
Kura.
Oh, whoops.
子孫
Chisung.
孫
Mako.
す
Alright. Leave the nest. Su is still kunyomi. Stachi. I have no clue why so far, but pre-life obligations are used to use that time productively, so maybe that's linked. Oh.
すだち
Dachi. Dachi makes sense. That's what the breed would be. Beehive. Oh, interesting. As opposed to using something like, I don't know what fun would be. Fun. The character fun. Yet. Yeah, we don't have that character. So we have Ate.
蜂の巣
Oh no, Hachinosu. Oh wait. That's Hachi.
蜂の巣
Hachinosu. That's fine. What was it? It was like Foreman, Stock, Path? No. I'm missing something here. For fun. Failed the active recall. YouTube chat is like going crazy. And what I mean by that is it keeps connecting and disconnecting. Am I dropping packets? I don't think so. Interesting. Alright, Beehive is fine. If I'm not reading your like messages, be aware that for whatever reason YouTube keeps connecting and disconnecting from chat. It's kind of weird. In the last 2 years, this is the first time that's happening. Hopefully nothing is happening at the other end.
Kumonosu.
Kumonosu. Oh, why did I say fu? Okay. Kumonotsu. Kumo, guess we're just learning other things while doing that. It's fine. Freebie. OB is a freebie too. Which is OB.
帯
OB. Okay. That's a freebie. Zone. Intriguing. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Oh, it can qualify for district. You know, this can be a little different though. It could end up being just Chitai, but it can be different.
したい
Chitai. Okay. I'll take it. The more frequent things is good.
クモの巣
Kumonosu. Wait, what did they call a spider web home thing? I wasn't paying attention. We'll get it when we come back around.
すだち
Let's see. Like, oh no, I didn't. Oh no. I don't know how they express it. Leave the nest. Oh, become independent. Oh. Okay. Fine. I get what they mean. Oh, that's cute. Independence. Nest independence. What's my stream setup like on my end? What do you mean on my stream setup? What is... What do you mean? 蜂の
蜂の巣
死体 zone area
帯
We know Obi because of kimonos and like samurai gear related things. Like you mentioned YouTube chat disconnecting to just how you lay everything out for your end, although that's not very related to the DC issue. It just makes me wonder in general. My setup, but that doesn't answer. Are you talking about like hardware setup? Or are you talking about my monitor setup? Like what I mean is the chat box is there. It's right next to my WaniKani window. Like YouTube chat box just tells you you're disconnected from your chat. No, like what's different? What's on different screens? I have a singular screen. Yeah, I have a singular screen, so I'm just looking to the right. It's to the right of the window. How do you do that on one? I have an ultra wide. Wait, are you talking about a window? Or are you talking about separate windows? The windows are next to each other. Like I'm reading chat while I'm doing this. Like my peripheral vision has chat in my eyeballs. Both chats, both Twitch and YouTube chats are in my peripheral vision to the right. Sort of windows, more so monitors, but considering ultra, it makes sense. Yeah, that's where the disconnect is. When I was asking, what do you mean by setup? Because it's gonna be confusing. If you're asking for hardware, it would explain what the question is. Yeah. Diameter and measure, or straight. That's fine. Straight. Oh yeah, straight.
直径
is nice. Freebie. Half radius. Half a diameter.
半径
Okay. Ambulance. QQ 車
救急車
That's a freebie too. To rescue. No kunyomi. Q is not a common verb forward.
すくう
Sku. Oh no, sku is unique. But we're not gonna use sku. What the heck does sku? What is it? Like the sku part of the rescue? Yikes. Let's not use that type of thing. Yeah, ultrawide isn't something you usually think of originally, so hence you were confused at how you do all that at once. Oh yeah, they're all at once. Earlier on, hear me out. Earlier on, you asked me why my YouTube chat was very tiny, and I mentioned that yeah, it's because it's all on one screen, and it's largely because. And then you asked me what the resolution of my screen was. I think it might be someone else, but I think it might have been a previous thing. And then oh no, it's not you. I think it was Danny, now that I think about it, or someone else maybe. But the resolution is like 1440p. So on an ultra wide, text can be very small. So it's not very conducive to reading kanji. So you have to like punch it pretty wide. You believe you asked about keyboards and earphones. Yeah, someone else asked like, "Oh, what's the resolution of your monitor?" And I'm pretty sure it's Danny. And my thought was like, I don't think that's related to how tiny the texts are. And yes, all on one screen. I used to use 2 monitors. I still have my one monitor, but that monitor is going to go into a different room for other things. Soon TM. I'm not like disclosing a lot of things because I would have to follow through before I disclose them. Other things. Su and ku and u. So we're doing u to su. Some cucumbers and cookies. Let's just say some cookies and cucumbers. Gave or rescued. Rescued is pretty funny. Rescued maybe like from rotting, or I don't know, from expiring, better word. You did one monitor stream at one point and had to use another device to see chat. Yeah, that's where the ultra wide. That's why I invested in an ultra wide. The ultra wide is just that enough to add the 2 chats, and then everything else is still in the center of my screen. So if it looks like I'm seeing a lot of things without like moving my head, it's largely the reason. Like I get the whole to not move your head around, you can put like your screen in the middle, but then there's this thing right in the middle. So before I used to do the staggered state, which is I have my primary monitor in my line of vision at an angle, and then the chat would be at another angle, but then I would be turning my head, like I would be slightly turning all the time. So now ultra wide, where it's a curve ultra wide, so I only have to move my eyes. My neck is rarely ever moving. So this is we have a curve ultra wide monitor instead. So the only time I actually look is when I look at the camera. So that's the only time I would move around. So when I look at the camera, I would rotate my seat so I'm not like constantly turning my neck left and right oftentimes. Strange Jazz, can you get a screenshot of the screen layout after stream ends for curiosity purposes? Sure. Sure. Yeah. Not right now though. Oh, of course. Let's see. For stream, right? Layout for stream, not screen layout after ends. So like exactly what I'm looking at now, as opposed to what I would be doing in a normal basis. Okay, it's fine. To be scattered. Sun is not a typical kunyomi or a special case. Let's see. Intransitive makes sense. We already know how to spot intransitives. You know is intransitive because you rule that. Yeah, that's fine. Does this also do bloom? I don't think it does bloom, does it? Is it meaning something is scouting on its own? It's commonly used to describe things. Yeah, okay. Blooming. Oh, this might actually be like... Dang it. Can't quite... Release.
知る
It's not. Chiru. Oh man, it's the other one. The double own slash kun. One of the own slash kun sounds. Onkun sounds. Chi. Chi is an onkun. Probably listed under kun. There's a couple onkuns. Chi is one of them.
知る
More strange question. What do you think about when you lay there trying to sleep? What do I think about when I lay there to sleep? I count. That sounds very stereotypical, but I count. Before I lay down to sleep, I get all of my affairs in order. And then I think about my breath and count when I lay down. It's how I cope with mania. Chiru. So let's go with. So we have sun. So Santa-san. Ooh. What sort of numbers do you usually get to? Are for as far as memory gets you for obvious reasons? Oh. I count down by threes. Love your vibe. No. Sorry, hang on. We have a bot on Discord. Not on Discord, on Twitch. Okay. I count down, so maybe I pick like 1,000 and I count down by threes. So 1,000, 997, 994, 991, 982. 988, sorry. 988, 985. I don't actually count up, so I do get to 0. Reminds me of counting down by 7 from 1,000. You get it? Yes, that's exactly what you're. That's exactly a very very coincidental, but confirmed way of trying to ritualize your sleep. It's not uncommon, like it's not coincidental oftentimes. The idea is to give yourself something to do so that your existing mania or your existing thoughts do not disrupt your sleep. It's kind of like when you're counting down to get anesthetized by a doctor in a surgery room. You know, like, we're gonna put you out now, count down from 100. Right? And eventually it goes away. So I do get to 0 though. When you say as far as I went, sometimes I do get to 0. Yeah, I think YouTube is wetting the bed right now. I'll let Jack catch up and reconnect. Anta ne? Ru. Did they use Ru?
知る
some tea for snacking. Maybe like for the reindeers. Some tea. It'll make life easier for today, although you'll probably go to sleep in 10 minutes. Okay. Scattered. Oh, but this is intransitive. It's fine. We don't have to worry about transitive or intransitive. This... Yes, and for minutes. Okay. What? Oh, whoops.
直径
Yeah. Did I skip this? I feel like skip this. Oh, no, I didn't. What am I talking about?
救急車
Yuki's, on...
半径
Okay.
Chiru.
You do. You just don't like Twitch ads and the mobile being fiddly, but aside from that, chat is nicer to use. Pretty much it. And ads on Twitch is handled differently based on the country you're in, apparently. At least that's from my experience. If you're in the United States, typically you're only supposed to get a pre-roll since I don't run ads. So it's just it's supposedly supposed to be the ads right in the beginning. But I have been told that's not what people are experiencing. So it's weird. Yeah, it varies per country. UK ads are annoying, yeah. That's what I figured. Like the negotiations, right? Negotiations for international corporations like Amazon being the principal owner of Twitch now. They probably have different types of legal fees. Oh, you use premium on YouTube? Oh, that explains a lot, actually. Yeah, and the way to remove the ads is Twitch Turbo, right? Turbo would be the premium. But you would have to use Twitch, which... overlapping and redundant payment is not conducive to financial frugalness. That's probably what I would say to that. Scoo. Right. You think it justifies YouTube sub because it doubles in music for you and videos? That's fair. Yeah. It's a very fair point. A stroll. Yep, sanpu. Yes, sir, sanpu. So this is a freebie.
散歩
Sampo. Oh yeah, right. That's not the same. Sampo. Yeah. For not off the boo. Sampo. Iron Mouse has a global emo now. Cute. Oh, no idea who Iron Mouse is. Dissolution. Oh, you know what? Dissolution came up quite a lot in Like a Dragon. Okay. Unite, untie, and scatter.
解散
Aisan. Makes sense. Oh, that? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Boon is pretty good actually. But since this is an object or a thing, it might not be Boon.
粉
Kona. Okay. Ooh. Kona has happened before. We have used Kona before. Way back in the day. For the carry out. But I think that's the only time. So I gotta change up the Kona. Yeah, I gotta change. So yeah, Boon. Usually don't use it as subject. Subject's not. How do we get? Let's say he with the coal. Nah. With powder. Drew? It's okay. Hay fever. Flower powder. Flower powder symptom. Hay fever. Mobile banner ads on Twitch. That's so greedy. That would be a leap of logic and ad hominem argument. Pollinosis. Wow. I haven't ever used that term before. Pollinosis. Kind of clever. Pollinosis. Hay fever. Probably not gonna use kunyomi.
花粉症
Okay, kakunsho. Makes sense. Wait. No, it isn't. I think that's modified. Right. Lesser. Ah. Kafunsho. May have to write something. Okay. The Shogun. The Shogun. Every time, just need to figure out how to clear your mind for the night. Not sure, just opt to put a video on since you're not mentally that tired. Good luck. Good luck, Mika. Good luck. the ka as hay fever symptoms. From the flower powder, hay fever symptoms. Exist. Okay. Powdered? Yep. Condition of having powder. Formal word. Bunjo.
群青
解散
So,
散歩
sample. Wait, how did the did I include bun? I don't think I did. Oh no, I didn't. Where was the kona part? Okay.
粉
花粉症
分譲
Bunjo. Alright. Mountain range. Makes sense. Mountain veins or ridge. Something like that. Sun? It could be weird. Yama is weird. So let's just say... Oh no, wait. Myaku? Myaku is onyumi. So Sanyakyaku.
山脈
That's fair. Yep.
野菜
Yasai. Fair enough. That's a freebie. Vegetarian diet makes sense. Saishoku. Fair enough. Freight. Yep. Freight things. Mono is kind of butsu and mono is kind of promiscuous, but I'm gonna guess it's kaibutsu.
貨物
Kamotsu. Oops, not kaibutsu. Kamotsu. Oh wait. Oh, it's butsu. Kamotsu. Yeah, lesser of the two. Kamotsu. We'll let it go for now. Let's see. Currency. This is more like exchange or pass through. Yeah, okay. Pass through freight. Tongzi. Right, tongzi. So what? Tsu Tsuka.
通貨
Fair enough.
野菜
Vegetables. 菜食。
菜食
San. Sanne? San.
山脈
Sanmyaku. Amotsu.
貨物
Amotsu. Other way. Amotsu. I keep wanting to type assets. Assets. Assets is another way.
通貨
Alright. Continent. Okay. Big land? Yeah, mainland. Mainly. I would probably also write mainland. Big land is the mainland. So... It could be Dai. This feels like a Thai moment. Next to... Oh no, it could be... Oh. No, it's Tairiku.
大陸
Tairiku. Okay. Land army makes sense.
陸
Rikukun.
軍
Rikukun. To resemble. Niru.
煮る
It's fair enough. Average. Yeah, that makes sense. Flat equal, everything. So let's do
平
heikin.
均
Okay. Equality. Indoku. Intoku. No, kinsen. Yes, kinsen.
均等
No, Kinto. Oh, yes. Dang it. Yeah, so I was bouncing between special, special, miscellaneous, and uniformed. Right. Yeah, equal, uniform. I should really review those.
均等
Into. That still checks out though.
陸軍
Rikugun. Lots of freebies this time around too.
煮る
You do. So tomorrow's thing is gonna be really quick.
大陸
Actually, we're over 4 hours, so we already have lessons to do probably. Or reviews to do because we took too long. Big land continent.
平均
Icky. Or leveled. Leveled is fine.
均等
Symmetry? Interesting. Yeah. I get it. Arranged. That's not bad. What does that say?
金星
Grave. Kunyomi. What was this? Bo? Bo can actually stand alone, but I doubt it's Bo. Since you want to be respectful, it's common to add honorific. Oh, then it can actually be Obo.
墓
No, Haka. Okay. Well, Haka. We have used Haka before though, so Haka is fine. So how do we do this? Bo and Haka. Okay. Bo. The grave. To Bo. The Haka belongs. Okay. Cemetery makes sense. Bochi? Bochi? Bochi.
墓地
Bochi. Alright, we're good. Next one. Oh, we finally got the other Mount Fuji. Or just the full fat Mount Fuji. Which is just
Fujisan.
Fujisan. They introduced Fujisan with the kana represent, like the mixed kana representation, and now there's Fujisan, the full kanjified.
富士山
I was seeing if they made a note of that. To be rich in. Makes sense. Fu. Fu is not a classical kunyomi verb thing. It's a formal, but it's a formal word that's commonly used in writing. While it can refer to material wealth, it's more commonly used to figuratively describe an abundance of a certain quality. Yeah, to be rich in something. Yes.
トム
We're not using Tom. That's toe. Toe. I kind of want to pivot to tow, as in towing something. But we're probably going to tow something. The moose. Rich in I don't know. Rich in food. A cart. Maybe like a cart rich in food is pretty much exist. Oh. Let's add it up. Okay. Lots and lots of freebies right now. I like it. Intuition clicking.
墓
Okay.
墓地
Mochi.
金星
富士山
Fujisan.
トム
Tomo. Wealth? It could be a foo, actually. This one could be a foo, but let's just go with probably to.
富
Omi. Okay. Oh, that's why they use Tom. So then it can be Tomi. Nah. We got foo, right? Oh, I didn't link foo. It's okay. The fool. To. No. And me. Me. I don't like that. Hmm. Yeah, I can't do it in the other direction. Hmm. You got me beat. Okay, guess that works. Let's go back to...
富
Did I use fu? Oh wait, I did use fu. Oh no, wait. Oh no, I didn't use it in the other one. This is wealthy. Wealthy is okay, right? Because it's just wealthy and affluent or rich, wealthy, abundant, etc. Let's see. So fuyo, fuyu. Dang it! I thought it was yogurt. Fuyu, full of plenty of youth. Morals, virtue, way of virtue. Yeah, way of virtue is morals. So let's say 道是什么？道是 oh no? Oh no. And then this is toku.
道徳
Dotoku. Oh, dotoku. Oh, do. Yeah, do. I said to earlier. Dotoku. That's fine. Tokugawa. Yeah, I figured Tokugawa would be
徳川
Tokugawa. Tokugawa is fine. Tokushima Ken.
徳島県
Tokushima Ken. Oh, it's the other way. Tokushima Ken. Okay, I think that's fine.
道徳
Dotoku. Got some proper nouns in there. Tokugawa was one of the first like grand strategy games I've played on much later. I think it was a Sega Saturn game actually that I played, a game centered around Tokugawa. Coincidence, but Tokugawa shogunate was an important period. It was the Japanese Civil War. It was around also very similarly the time when I was learning about the American Civil War. Yeah, the conflict between East and West. The Tokugawa shogunate was representative of the West, or what I guess feels like more like Kanto at this point. It's more like Tokyo and Kyoto, but pretty interesting nowadays. Okay.
Fuyu
You.
Tomi
Me. Tokushima Ken.
徳島県
Tokushima Ken. I'm looking forward to when Wagotabi covers these prefectures. It was a very big coincidence that Okayama Ken was one of their first prefectures, and WaniKani ended up using Okayama Ken first. Okayama Ken also deals with a lot of like the stereotypical kanji Japanese reading culture stories, like things like Momotaro and whatnot, or around that area, that prefecture. And then I think we had Osaka now, and we had Kansai and things like that.
徳川
Sakasu. This is Sakasu.
探す
That's fine. That's a pretty okay. Academic injury. Thank you.
探求
Thank you. Academic injury. Oh, inquiry. Injury. Inquiry makes more sense. Yeah. I'm like English. I got Englished. Private detective. Makes sense. Spy. So, Tante.
探偵
Secret investigation. Makes sense. Inside spy. Formal word. Doesn't know they being okay, yeah. Secret investigation. Alright. Undercover investigation. Yes. No. Nai. So let's say naite. How many times? Ikudo. Oh, it could be something else though.
幾度
Ikudo. Okay. Yeah, E is typically most of the time is typically atamadaka, but sometimes I still default to heiban for the most part. It's been conditioned into me until otherwise.
探す
Sakasu. Oops.
探偵
Ante. No, this is not secret. How do I write investigation in a different way? Oh no. Private is the word I'm looking for. Oh, it also describes. Oh no, it's private detective. Yeah. The detective, the spy itself. I need to think about the spy itself. And then this would be the investigation.
探求
But is it also private? It wasn't. It was research inquiry. I was gonna write just research. That's fine. I would stick to research. I don't know. I guess Q has the academic part in it. And research has academic. Okay, fine.
幾度
Or to what degree? I guess to what degree it doesn't really help. It really does though. How many times? We'll condition that.
内定
This is the secret. Bodyguard. That's weird. This is Yojimbo. Yeah, Yojimbo. Or Yoshinbo. Oh, no, I thought this was Yojimbo.
用心棒
Yojimbo. Okay, it's fine. Yep. This is because I encountered it. Actually, it means caution, right? Who watches out? Suggest someone who watches out for danger, often with a stick. Fine.
用心棒
Yojimbo. Alright. Flower arrangement. Makes sense. So this is using flower. It's interesting that they didn't include that as one of the secondary readings. Flower. The way of the flower is flower arrangement. Kado. And then Gaudy. And then now it's the flex to showy. Yeah. Ame?
カビ
Abi. Oh, right. B. Onyomi. Abi. Interesting. Compared to the similar... Hate. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hate. It suggests a much more refined kind of splendor. Okay. Despite it saying gaudy and ostentatious. Interesting. I don't think gaudy and ostentatious has a quality of a more refined kind of splendor, but maybe they're saying it's more compared to flashy. It's a form we usually use. That's kind of interesting. I'm not entirely sure if gaudy, ostentatious, and splendor follows the same, so I'm guessing this is a flex. It can mean splendor, like in writing, maybe, but a tad excessive. Okay, fair enough. Interesting.
カビ
Abi. All right.
華道
Ado.
用心棒 カビ
Abi. I haven't used gaudy in a while. Oh no, we're still good. I think. We have till midnight. Wait. Oh no. 11 of them rolled over already. That's kind of sucks. I'll split our things, but that's okay. It's not gonna really make. So let's do the rest of our reviews here. Aitsuku.
相次ぐ
Yap, too long. Too long with the yaps. Oh, these are new. Heck. Detach. What the thing that deals... Oh, I don't have to deal with it. Whoops. What? Is that not detach? Oh, yeah. Just kidding.
Hanayaka
No. It's okay. Oops.
Kimyo.
Okay, we're separating. Exclude. Right, Joanne is including. What is next to cookie? No, it's not. Oh, Joanne is using her nose.
覗く
Nozoku.
豆腐
Tofu.
Inkan
Heck. Model. Model. Are like a stamp model, right? So, like seal.
Mayoi
Hesitation. Oops.
Shimaru
What? Oh. Melt or dissolve? Okay. What? Wait. Oh.
鑑定
Ante. Is that model? What, the set model? Oh no, it's to Basil.
Itami.
Okay.
中華
Yuka.
奇数
Kisu.
Mikiwameru.
Um,
Kashi.
Makasu. What? Makasu.
任す
Or something. Okay.
妨害
Oh, good. What? Oh. Just kidding.
Nameru. Gouka.
Okay. Sure. 乗車券。
乗車券
Amaeru. What? Oh, whoops.
構える
That was a type. Amaeru. To like assume a stance. Okay. All right. We have till midnight for the yeah. Then we scattered across to the wind, right? That wasn't too bad. All right. So not too bad for the second half. We have lots of vocabulary that is kind of familiar. Most of them are kind of familiar, but getting down whatever the specific thing that they want can be a little tricky. which is not too big of a deal. Largely because context removed. It's the grand equalizer. Alright, so technically we already do. So let's do the definitions of the new guys. Okay, the bottom three are not new. Let's do this. Okay. We have detached. Dissolve. Heck. Previously. Normal. Corridor. Library and thread? Should have wrote. It deals with cataloging, compiling. It's a disappointment. Alright, let's do our mono keywords. Read. Youth. E. Pool. Row. No dice. Knit. I didn't write anything for knit. Oh, hen. Oh, yeah, that's the one I skipped. Alright, so let's write something. I think hen comes up a couple times. I think we're gonna use hen as in weird. Hen. Instead of hen, the animal, the bird. So let's say or we can knit. Oh, you know what? That's actually okay. The at the library, a hen shaped with thread. Hen shaped plushie. Knit it. Okay. All right. So we have knit. And it's interesting that knit is kind of like compile, right? To knit something together, is to compile it together, right? To knit it all together. Or to tie everything, kinda to. It's a little bit like to tie everything together. Alright. Now we go into our reads, into our definition. So, D, detach, U, dissolve, and knit. Showy. E, previously. U, normal. Go, exceptional. Un, model. O, abstract. Jo, exclude. Teen, inquire. It, how much. Ro, corridor. So, ro is on. So, sweep. Doro. Mud. Bowl. Bowl. And I'm pretty sure bowl still counts as onyomi. Just to double check. Yeah. Bowls tend to have no other reads. Yo, surprise. Sai. Soul, storage. Son, grandchild. S, nest. Hai, belt. K, diameter. Q, rescue. San, scatter. Un, powder. Yaku, veins. Sai, vegetables. Ah, great. Riku, land. Oops. Good land. Neat. Resemble. In, equal. Vote, grave. Ooh, rich. Toku, morals. An, search. And toku, spy. Or te, spy. Alright. That's pretty good. We yapped long enough today. Yeah, we're gonna hold this schedule until December. I guess I'm starting to plan what December is gonna be, right? I don't know if I'm gonna do a month project for December either. I think right now I have too many things going on in the background to liberate more time. So if I'm like doing this, the additional slot of like 3 to 4 hours will be taken up with talking about random things. We gotta see where that goes. Now, let's wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Let me know what you think. Once again, you're more than welcome to yap, exchange ideas, talk about things, compare and contrast. It goes without saying that oftentimes the inherent purpose of sharing and interacting is to acquire alternative perspectives, right? Exchange ideas, comparing and contrasting in the sense of how to integrate and do more, so to speak. And oftentimes I think the vast majority of my interactions with various learners in general, like people who are improving or developing skills. They often come from the perspective of predominantly thinking in a very specific way, and that's what we were talking about today. You know, talking about the aspect of various forms of commitments, investments, the integration between them. Oftentimes people want to, in my opinion, it's a lot more apparent to rely on what you observe as the only way to look at things. And then when you only witness certain those things, it is very objective to specifically either project what you know or project based on what you see, right? And that's kind of where the whole sharing part is. It's neither suggesting people are erroneous or not. It's the idea of introducing a differing perspective. So it is fairly common when it came to today's interaction with the language learning portion that having something that is common, in my opinion, is not necessarily common if the background is different, right? The environment is different. It's kind of like suggesting that, oh, people typically engage in multiple forms of language learning, so therefore you can't find people who only engage in a very specific form of language learning. That's not true. And the irony here is it's not like anyone's incapable of knowing that. Oftentimes habits and projections are one that's well practiced, right? So in this case, whether or not something is common to me is interesting to see what other people think are very common to others. Also, I can only imagine what it's like when in the future, when people are more interested in like the Japanese language, that what is very common becomes less common in certain areas. Or it would be interesting to see if the projection of Japanese culture and adherence can hold down the fort to diversification from other users. Today we talked about like TTS and then like waiting for native speak and stuff. That's kind of what I think about a lot of times. It's a constant talk of that type of thing. Like, what are your models? What are your standards? What are your relatives? Right? And it's often very clear on the internet to easily assume things. And in all aspects, they are correct. Like, how do you learn something the best way? Mainly. I'm not going to complete any more of the details of that because that's what is inferred. That's as far as learning and discussions go. Like, how did you learn Japanese? I did. How'd you do it? I did. The best way. And that's kind of what I'm trying to end with the sentiments. It's really wonderful to yap and exchange ideas with people, because then it will end up likely more like, oh, well, I know someone who did that. Perhaps you and that other person could share some ideas. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't chosen to do that, right? And then oftentimes when someone shares something, I am no stranger to being very direct on whether I know or I don't know things, or whether they are practiced or not. I think a lot of times when it comes to what should or should not be known is often predicated on cherry picking out of one's habits. So for me, I've done this before where when Mika asked me like, oh, there's these two character or two kanji that are very difficult, and my first inclination to say is, well, first you do step 1, step 2, step 3, and then do all the other steps. Alternatively, I'd catch myself before saying that and suggest something like, well, there are certainly a lot of ways to approach this. At the current moment, I'm using this contextual line of thought to remember it. It is my dominant line of thought. So often that's what I share. When someone tells me something, I can at least explain my dominant way of approach. And then, someone else could say, oh, well, that's they mainly do certain things, and that is where we can exchange ideas, right? In the future, it might not be the same because I will be using other methods. I'm a collector of methods, not necessarily a collector of competence. I don't really think of things as just because it's frequent or just because it's the standard is what is interesting about it. I typically am more the person, well, at some point you'll learn it if it's important, and that to you and whatever it is that you interact with. So oftentimes I don't really pay attention to like what frequently occurs. You remember everything, or you try to remember everything as it occurs. So if it occurs, I try to remember it. How frequently it occurs is less of an impact on whether I remember it or not. Usually imbuing importance to it and application of it is my mantra. So whenever something says like, someone comes up, it's like, oh yeah, everyone does this, everyone does that. It's like, okay, they're about equivalent to me. So the reason why is I tend to be very interested in the details. And something that occurs really frequently, I let that go about its business. Largely because you're gonna get to it eventually, and it's probably gonna come up. Whether it is something that comes up first or last or wherever it is, it's the journey, right? It's the journey at all times. I think destination thinking makes it so that you can create a lot of expectations that facilitates people's preferences. And I welcome hearing other people's preferences and how it contrasts with mine. I'm no stranger to offering my contrasting and or similar approaches. I think right now this is where that is, and we're about to start a new thing. 2026 is around the corner, so we're gonna start dabbling in some structure, in some other structure stuff, like brushing up on some grammar and whatnot, because that's something I haven't done in a long while. I haven't done this ever, actually. I haven't ever done flashcards and using aggressive mnemonics in a while. That definitely makes it an interesting experience. I think the one thing to note here is while I am given the impression that a substantial number of people, actually pretty much everyone, wants to rely or funnel in a way and capitalize and develop the things that they currently do, or find some way that lowers the barrier. I tend to run towards the more, this doesn't work, this is not as good, and I like to find out why it's not good and how we can improve upon it. That's kind of what I do with my free time. So Japanese is not something I depend on, and I will echo my main topic that I was talking about to Mika. The things I choose to do for reward, to accrue that happy dollars, is to create things that are actually inherently deficits or can be improved upon. So oftentimes, whether it's good, best, or something like that, which I've gotten to be very acclimated to know, like the distribution of people who rely on specific methods. Usually I'm not one of those people who are doing that. So it can come off as a, well, you're just doing it wrong, or you should know this and that. It's like, well, I should know all the things that I have to know. I don't have to, I shouldn't have to know all the things I may know or want to know. And that's probably why I feel quite a lot of people I talk to, not the company withstanding, that whole digression into coping with what you have to do and building things of interest to create alternative things to, to create more happy dollars in order to cope. That's kind of what I do. So like my job is not to understand native speech as fast as possible. My job is not to sound like a native Japanese person, or my job is not to rush learning all the exposure of a very specific way. I'm doing this, for the hobby and exploring how popular methods work and then how I would apply to them. That's kind of a reinforcement. I'm expressing that because I feel like eventually this is going to come up again in 2026. Because in 2026, we're going to do something that is probably going to be controversial again. And the timer is going to reset back to 1 for this new project. And I'm already in anticipation of someone dropping their word of wisdom for something by projection, as opposed to questioning and observing. With that said, it's great to finally pick up on some common stuff, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure how WaniKani weighted their stuff. I believe WaniKani weighted it based on characters. So vocabulary words are not common to overlap with the curriculum of the characters. It's kind of staggered still in the long run. One thing that I found, just a little tidbit that I found out it's interesting, is I can hear words more than I can see words. So that's kind of dealing with the whole growing up listening to Japanese and growing up listening to Chinese. Putting words and characters to them is a very different dimension than hearing and knowing what they're saying for myself. And oftentimes I'm trying to find characters and read to the words I hear. I don't actually read that much anymore, which is kind of an area that this is the area that I'm currently working on. So that would be something to explore in the future. Trying to encourage myself to find different ways to read again. The vast majority of the books that I read, I listened to. So I listen to audiobooks as opposed to literally reading the words on pages. It has been a breath of fresh air to look and explore specifically the nature of a new writing system, new writing systems. And that has been, to me, easily the most priceless things about this experience. The idea that I can form connections and bridge connections between an entirely unrelated, or I don't know how related they are, but pretty much in the modern age, a distinctive writing system. And in 2 instances as well, combined with bridging it to different sounds. I think that stuff is far more interesting to me than, like, right now, for the moment, than dissecting how people communicate, in the sense. Like, I get that the language imparts a unique nature to people speaking. However, communication skills are still communication skills. Cultural awareness, sociology, projection, human behavior is fixated into communication. And I don't think that's a thing that I have to explore that much, ultimately, because of observing people and how they talk and stuff will come pretty quickly. I think this stuff to me is far more alien, and alien stuff, like things that have a lot of potential to learn, is what draws me to it. I think kanji and hanzi, like the kana, and even the pinging, how they do pinging, gives me a really big appreciation on what you can use. Nomaji is not so much, but flat, the way some of the notations are, gives me a lot of ideas on messing around with English. So that's kind of what I wanted to share about that. I don't think I have spoken to anyone yet, encountered anyone who has approached learning things that I resonate with at the moment. Like, what I mean by that is fully resonate with, like the allure or the attraction and the intent behind exploring something. Usually it's often a goal that is grounded in pragmatism. So a goal that is a destination they want to go. So, like, become Japanese fluent. That's as far as they go. And their interest is how to get there as sufficient as possible, as opposed to taking their time, wandering around, delving into the pros and cons of all the different things that people do to relate to the learning experience. Haven't really came across that too much. Actually, I think the vast majority of people usually talk about how they can get results from what they're doing. Well, I'm really interested in how they're getting the results. So whenever I ask someone, whenever someone describes me something that they learned, my first question would be oh, how are you doing that? And then they might share a positive, like they might share something they're doing. It's like, oh, so what are the pros and cons of approaching it that way? That is pretty much what I very much enjoy. I like to see how people work the information, and that, in my opinion, is what is my goal of all this. So in the future, I would like to be a person who, when someone says something like, oh, you know what, I'm having trouble thinking of a way to get myself to do these following, to get these results. Like, I have some ideas. I have some process-oriented ideas. So then it would be more instructive as opposed to presumptuous and leaps of logic and whatnot, which the one logic that I saw recently is, oh, there are ads on Twitch, so they're greedy. That's what I mean by leaps of logic and whatnot. I mean, we're kind of that I don't really see how you can create that large leap of logic, but I need to understand where that's coming from, right? Anyways, more experience on the way, hopefully, for myself. I can improve these points of resonance. I would love in the future to have the opportunity to interact with someone that may meet me one-to-one on my enthusiasm. I'm working on trying to express these things a little bit more clearer, so that as to not lead to misunderstanding. they might lead to confusion and unrelatedness. I think that's part of the charm of having different ways of thinking. So until then, it's Thanksgiving. That's why I'm a little drony and digress more often. American Thanksgiving is there's still 1 hour left in local time for American Thanksgiving. I know that American Thanksgiving is not something that is recognized around the world. I've described this to Mika. Mika asked me what Thanksgiving and what the point of Thanksgiving is, and I often ascribe it to many. I think this is an international thing. There is a holiday, I would say, and the core of many holidays deal with the idea of appreciation, right? Giving thanks, sharing a meal with everyone, and there is this undertone of those are the times when you appreciate what you have in your life. And then if you ever have enough time and the lack of, a socially adjusted communication skills, you can thank the person next to you. You can thank your parents, thank your friends. Thanks for being alive, right? And Thanksgiving that's the point to me anyway. I don't literally practice Thanksgiving, so I'm not like shoving turkey and stuff like that. But that's part of the ritual. And there are many ways to give thanks. And this is the best way I give thanks. And that's when people maybe are not doing Thanksgiving and they don't feel like they can trust anyone and they feel like they are socially awkward. This is the part. Thank you. Each day, I do this pretty much every day, but during Thanksgiving, I do it even more. It's to be thankful for what I have, thankful for the things that I have privileges for, like people who share their time and stuff. I can't say that enough. Sometimes I feel like I forget to say it, which is why Thanksgiving is such a wonderful spiritual idea. It does deal with harvests, back in the day when agriculture is like the need for sustainability. It's to thank for the harvest. And in this day and age, in contemporary life, right, if you're not a farmer, the harvest is all the things that you've done this year. It's November. It's the end of November. So I become a little sappy and I start thinking about the 2025 year. 2025 year was completely committed to WaniKani in HanziHero in the sense of staying on top of things. So last year it was really different because it was Duolingo. So next year brings another. So the idea is I'm very thankful, however abrasive I might be. I'm thankful for the experience. And much like other countries around the world, I'm sure those countries also have something that deals with the essence of being celebratory in giving thanks to other people. I am aware that Germany has a harvest festival, actually. And then, of course, Canadian Thanksgiving happened in October. So whichever it is, I think if I would say Thanksgiving embodies something, Lunar New Year is something that is very in the Eastern culture. I think there is a harvest festival in Japan, though. Japan definitely has a harvest festival. I don't know what time of year. And then obviously countries have different seasonal properties. So harvest festivals may occur in other places. But being thankful is fantastic. I genuinely don't think there are many things that rival the catharsis that comes from someone offering a kind word of thanks for the contributions to another person for existing in their life. So here's me saying Happy Thanksgiving, regardless if you're American or not, because I think it is very healthy to be around people who are thankful for your existence and your contributions, and then having strangers, a world, of people. It's not true right now for the internet. I can't be I can't say it more often than not each day. Once again, until next time, right? 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching and hanging out, and you're gonna watch this later, right? I'm gonna get up and walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第319天。It is day 319. Two things from yesterday. Yesterday was pretty okay. I think it's 错次, right? 错次. What the 次? Dang it. Same weakness. It's like a range plus oh, it's not 错次, it's 错词. 错词. Diction or wording. And then 字, no, 字, not 字, 字. Or childish. Man, 词 is man. Oh, that's gonna be kind of a thorn in my side. Gotta find something else. Need more strength. Looks like we're gonna level out of 69 today.
代工
Daigong. Why are you so much louder today? Is it just me or this is a lot? Daigong. Dai. Gotta be careful with that. Dai. Idle. Dai is really weak. Okay. Daigong. So idle at work or slow down.
代工冶炼
冶炼. Smelt. 炼 smelt. 冶炼.
冶炼焊接
焊接. 焊接. 焊 weld 接. Like welcome. What? All right. Wait. Let's take a look at for a moment. Yeah, we're changing. We're kind of changing welcome. I think I kind of like the Japanese more so, but oh, we already add some more. Contact, greetings, meet up, pick up, reception, to contact, to greet, to meet up, to pick up. It's to come together. Come together. Put together. Put together. So that's the underlying thing between this, in my opinion. So like 迎接, right? 迎接 your greeting. coming together. So you're meeting together. And financial assistance is the coming together of assistance. You're coming together of assistance, which is unfortunately that's just finance in general. Or like connecting all the stuff, connecting all the assistances. And 接待 to receive. So 待 is to treat. And then if you're treating, if you're coming to get it, right? Like it's arriving or something, you're receiving it. And then contact, bringing things together, right? Chu is to touch, and then you're coming together to touch. It's a contact. And then to admit is you're bringing the thing together in, like receiving. So you're receiving the thing coming together, which is to admit the thing. And then welding is to bring the things together as well. So you weld together, which is welding, as opposed to trying to say is the activity of mutually welcoming two materials by welding them together. At least that's what we're gonna functionally use for one of the characters for now. I think I had that problem or like that disconnect quite often with Jie.
焊接拴住
Tie up. Oh, and tie is the other version too. And Jie is as well. There's so many like things that deal with different versions of coming together, like forming as well. Or building. 建 船 全 yeah 全 go. So I gotta sort them out sometime in the future with sentences and like context and other stuff. Shuan is fine. Zhu is okay. To tie up. To tie to dwell. Interesting. Oh, that type of tie up. A dog that is not tied up. Yeah. Wait. What? That doesn't... Oh no, that doesn't really explain something. I was thinking maybe like to be tied up, like tied up, like caught up with something is what I'm thinking of, not to literally tie something up. I don't know.
拴住 啃老
We'll need more. 啃老. 啃老 is so weird, but nibble old age. So you're nibbling on old people to live off one's parents. That's pretty funny. Nibble at the resources.
啃老
How do you say to live off one's parents? Wait, we don't need the one. Okay.
代工 冶炼 拴住
拴住 啃
啃
老
老
啃老
焊接
Alright.
揪心
揪心 Jiu. Jiu is kind of weak. Like hold on to something tightly. And Xing to be worried. Hold tight heart. Fair enough. Or be anxious. Ooh, be anxious is a bit. It could be interpreted as like being loyal too, which, or like I could misinterpret it as being loyal, like hold tight onto the heart. The results of games where这场比赛的结果不就是认识所有人推心让这场比赛的结果让所有人忧心。I haven't done this in a while. 父母为孩子的钱什么钱储钱 something 看到决心途 oh yeah routes future 看到病人的症oh no all I can think of is Joe 症状恶化deteriorate 恶化医生感到非常忧心 makes sense seeing the illness worsen the doctor is worried like very worried so the worsening symptoms of the patient deeply worried fair enough
揪心
to be worried or worried
倦怠
languid 倦怠 is like very lethargic or sluggish. I think lethargic is fine. 倦怠 okay. Tired. Let's read some of this. I haven't read some of this in a while. 天气太热忽然状态无力 so the weather is hot so people feel languid or like sluggish and without strength, so weak, right? The weather is too hot, making 他的倦怠表情延期了老师的 what 老师的这是什么？老师的 heck 注意 oh pay attention okay so he is sluggish he has like a sluggish face expression, in which the teacher caught, like, it's eye-catching. It's pulled the teacher's attention, basically. Yeah, pulled the teacher's attention. Yeah, his languid expression caught the teacher's situation. Not the most elegant way, but it's already expressing the thing. But when you translate it, this is a fairly concise way. 他在午后跟到倦怠无法集中 this is concentrate. So I mean he in the afternoon feel languid or sluggish, so unable to concentrate. So he felt languid in the afternoon. Concentrate. That's right.
倦怠焊料
weld and 料 things to weld together, solder materials. I always thought of solder as a verb. I didn't consider it as a noun, now that I think about it. 焊料 We're okay. 焊料
焊料冶金
metallurgy. Yeah. Smelt metal or smelt gold. I wonder why they chose gold. Oh, it kind of reminds me of alchemy. They ended up using jing. Oops.
冶金酒
What in the world does that mean? What is that? Wait, Moxie Bushin? Mox Zip Mo Zip Bush. What in the world is a traditional Chinese medicine therapy which consists of burning dry mugwort on particular points of the body? Oh, that thing. That's what that's called in English? Oh. I need an English. I need an English on this. Hold up. I need an English read on this. This is gonna be a problem. Moxa Moxabustion. Oh, that kind of actually, that's okay. Moxabustion. Wow. Can I just... I'm gonna write... traditional Chinese medicine. Alternative Chinese medicine. If I can't remember Moxabustion, because like, wow, Moxabustion. That's wild. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the bakery where he is practicing an advanced scientific form of Moxabustion on some of the willing sick bakers. Okay. Kind of starts sounding like infirmary. He places the bakers on the floor next to each other and places a slide at the end. Oh no, this is not going well. This is not going well. At the end, then they take... Okay, we're gonna use next. Or not next, time. Hang on. I need to look how often Jiu, because that does look like Jiu, come up. So we're gonna take the slide. Alright, we have Jiu. Jiu. No other. Really? Oh, here's 1, here's 2, 3. Are they all Jius? No, they're not. Dang. Dang. There are 3 though. Jiu, Jiu, and Jiu, and Jiu. Man, Mu puts a wrench in it. We're gonna use long time. We're gonna use long time. So on some of the willing, his place. Okay. What does that leave me with? Wedge and fire? Wait, where the heck is the wedge? Oh, in the long. Alright. Hold up. I need some imagery for this. Maxabushin. Yeah, it's that thing. Okay. Okay. Jimmy's in the basement of the bakery. Working on a Maxabushin experiment, incorporating its uses of fire to bring medicinal properties to the croissants produced at the bakery. I'm in secret. Oh, working on a secret. Sheesh. Maxabushin. Wow. Oh, it's part of acupuncture. Yeah. I see. Yeah, needle plus Maxabushin. Yeah, I'm gonna just refer to this as traditional Chinese medicine or alternative Chinese medicine. Too specific for me actually. Acupuncture does use the needle, so we could write like something like, man, but it doesn't actually. I need to get cultured.
9
Maxabushin. If I see Maxabushin in the wild, I'm gonna flip out. Why do I have a feeling the YouTube algorithm is gonna send me a YouTube video on Maxabushin through my phone this evening? Maxabushin.
Jiuxin 汉料
Heck. Man, we're hitting some rough ones.
冶金
Yeah, the characters themselves, not necessarily taking a little bit. a wee bit.
倦怠，
I think the English is kind of rough too. Oh, I didn't write long. Okay. Hold on. Oh, whoop.
久，
I didn't write a long time because I skipped over the wedge, right? Incorporating a long, maybe like the ancient or long ago uses of fire, of burning things with fire to bring them to say. Okay.
丑，
Chol. Okay, you kind of look like Chol. Sort of. Without the heart. So the other Chol. Without the... This is Chol. With a heart on the bottom. For sure? Let's double check. Yes, to worry. Oh, that's interesting. The other one didn't have it clustered as an example. Or maybe I didn't look at things. Chol. Chol. Maybe like Chol Lan. Cholan. Something like that. Cholan. Or Choshi. Or like Mu Chol. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the bakery where he's cooking some grain stalks, sure, over a big fire. Fire that is in the middle of the basement. He does so while wearing a baker's hat and snacking on a croissant, of course. He sits there looking at the fire and the grain stalk. He looks at it so long that he begins to hallucinate and see an eye emerge out of the flames and look. Okay. Let's make this a little bit more unfortunate. So Charlie Brown is in the basement of the bakery where he is hired to work with fire to prepare grain stalks. While he is looking, right, looking at, or let's just say looking after the fire, his eyes started to have a problem with the excess smoke. Because unfortunately for him, there's kind of poor ventilation down in the basement. Alright. Chou. Oh, Chou Jian instead of Mu. I was thinking maybe the eyeball with Chou Jian. Chou Jian this makes sense. Chou Jian, yeah.
丑，雕，
Diao. There's the other Diao. What was the other Diao? Tricky. Hold in the mouth. Diddy Kong is in front of the barn where he's playing on a slide. Once again, this is set up in front of the red barn. Before he slides down, he holds in the mouth his cape that he's wearing, biting it carefully to his mouth as he slides down. Where he gets to the bottom, he continues to hold it in his mouth. His monkey theme cape for whatever reason. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We'll go with it.
雕，舞，
Ooh, that does look like a woo. To cover with one's hand. To cover. Maybe it's like woo. Qiao. could be Wu. No, Wu Tao. Wu Tao. Possibly. Or Tao Wu. Maybe? The only cover that I can think of. Maybe it can obscure? So obscure would be something like block or barrier. Like, I would be shocked. Like, more Wu or Wu more. Have to cover with one hand. Probably something obstructing. Like to hide or something. Maybe like yin? Yin. Yin Wu. Yin Wu. Yin Wu. Yin Wu. Walter White is in the basement of the house where he is ranting about his product. While working in the lab he sets up there. He can't stop talking, maybe because he is using it himself, so he takes his 5 fingers and cover with his hand his own mouth. We can still hear his mumbles through his fingers. How about we make this a little bit even egregious? So Walter White is in the basement of the house, interrogating a rat. A loose-mouthed person. He covers person's mouth with his hands as he you know, gestures. What gesture? Or is it this gesture? Gestures to the person's 5 fingers as a form to confess. And confess being an informant. I don't know. Alright, that's good enough. Ooh, really? Oh, I'm starting to feel like I like the dwelling part. Chu is getting some work.
五 汉
Hun. That's another Hun, alright. To defend. Man. That's syringe and... Wait. How many Huns do I have? The sun syringe is getting work done. Okay. Except for gun. We have Hun. This Hun. And another gun. Okay, so we're basically trading between gun and Hun. Gun. Hun. Gun. There are some ones. So there's Hun for welding. Do we have any more? We have this Hun, and then we still have one more Hun. And another more Hun. Okay. Oh no, wait, but that doesn't have. Let's see. Drought? I think I did try to use drought in the other one. So we'll go with the... So Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Once again. He has... where he is applying some special magical cream to his fingers in order to address, I don't know, any by means of a syringe. I mean, we can use syringe. By means of a syringe to defend against any sun damage from the drought outside. Okay. Okay. Oh, it could be like Shou. No, Shou. Oh, Wei instead of using Shou. Shou. Shou to guard against. This is the other one. Wei. Wei. That's instead of Shou.
汉西
Qi to infuse. Don't know a good pairing, like a decent pairing to infuse. Maybe like qi na or something. Qi nai, like to infuse into qi nai, or qi yu could like include or infuse. It could be also combining. There's a chance there's a form of combining for. Kirby is in front of the house where he is infusing some tea. He gets a big bundle of it and cuts it into 7 pieces with his sword. Okay, I'll take that. Then infuses that into the boiling water he has on the sidewalk. Oh, he's outside. While he waits for it to infuse, he sprays his sword 7 times to clean. Oh, it's just to make tea. Interesting. Oh no. Kirby is in front of the house. Maybe, sure. Trying to infuse some tea. I mean, that's fine. Infuse some tea, water with seven herbs he collected with his sword. And silly Kirby immediately inhales the tea, only to spray it everywhere because it was scalding hot. Okay.
Xi.
You don't look like a chi. You look more like a tray. Okay. Oh, I don't like this.
丑
Chou. I don't like chou.
五
My eyes are kind of cranky today.
西汉雕
There's a lot of holding with different parts of the body going on right now.
绝
Jie, stubborn. Probably like Jie Wan, Wan Jie, Jie Wan. Or maybe like Jie Ao. Or even Jiao Jie. Possibly, actually. Julius Caesar is inside the electricity plant where there are 2 mountains. Oh no, this is the Jie. It does look like Jie. He keeps on stubbornly fighting with Slenderman as to which mountain a flag should go on. Whenever Slenderman takes it to one mountain, whatever. Whenever Slenderman takes it to one, Julia walks from the other end and across. Okay, I think that's okay. He's just stubborn about which best way. That's fine. I think that's okay. Oh, and there's no example. That sucks. I feel like Jie
绝
would complement Wan pretty
掰
easily. Bai, you look like Bai. Kind of like a Fun meets a Bai or Ban and Fun. Double hand. I don't think I've seen double hand before. Yeah. Interesting. To break off. It kind of does remind me of Duan. Which Duan am I thinking of? Oh no, it's not really. It does remind me of Ban though, getting flanked. Both Bans, which gives you that little buh or the man. Bai don't look like any Bai I know. To break off. Parsons is in front of the high school where he has found a sword in the grass with a bunch of fins crushed onto it. Art tries to break off. Okay. With his hands as curious as so Bart is in front of the high school. He found a sword and immediately grasp it with his hand and start swinging and breaking parts of things like fins on, I don't know. It's the parts of things, it's fine. We don't really need the whole thing. The haggle over every penny. Wow. 分金ooh. 分金分金白狼 分金白狼 Interesting. Break apart. Oh, just Kai. Alright. Fair enough. Oh, that's just to break apart. Oh, I would have thought break open. But interesting. Bye, Kai. Huh.
掰 训
Shing. Man, you look like Shing. The other shing. What was the other shing? Interrogate? There's also glider. Oh no, it's interrogate. Shing. Right, interrogate. Yes. And interrogate has the speech. Flood. Probably Hoang, Hong Xing, or Xing Hong. To connect the floods. Professor X is in the bathroom of the infirmary, washing his hands at the sink, when suddenly all the pipes burst and spray everywhere, and the bathroom begins to flood. Professor X wheelchair turns into a glider so he can escape the flood. He flies around. I mean, it's turning into a glider. Come on, give it to me. Fang Xing. Oh. And then Xing Qi. Alright, they're being used separately. Okay. Yesterday had multi words, all like half of them.
训拽
Try. Oh, hey. I have a new component. This component depicts a drill that is used for planting seeds into the field. Very nice. You can imagine a drill that has a large spinning piece of metal attached. Okay. Fair enough. What example are we talking about? Waddle. Alright.
拽
Try. Okay. Kind of reminds me of draw. No. Yes. Yes. Draw. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the high school, where he finds a drill sticking out the top floor. He works with some students to pull it out, each holding onto it with their fingers. They finally pull it out, and from the hole where the drill was coming out of, a bunch of fingers flooded. Oh, okay. Needs to calm down. Why was he there? Hmm. A drill. Maybe. So George Costanza was in the bathroom of the high school, maybe like reprimanding some students who pulled out a drill and started I don't know. Started vandalizing the bathroom tile floors. Fortunately, his clumsy fingers did more damage handling the drills than the students themselves. Okay. Try to forcefully drag. Oh, is draw in here? No. Sheng La Ying Hua. What? Okay. extra characters in there.
拽
Try, not try. Kind of weak.
掰拽训
Oops, I was supposed to be glide, not glade.
绝
Oh boy. Which mountain? What was the thing about the flag thing though? Stubborn. Oh man, that's gonna be rough. That's rough. What? It's not glide? Huh. Oh, blood. Okay. All right, let's get into it.
好比
时间好比流水，
I'll be like comparable to. Oh,
挖
sure. Okay. What? What? Hold up.
血淋淋
他的手上有血淋淋的伤口。
Yellow?
聊
Okay.
打印机
喷墨打印机，
What am I looking at? Oh no. Bai Li Fu Hung. Not it. It's the second character that I'm stuck on.
禾苗
我们必须保护这些禾苗。
Oh, ooh. That's ye.
两手
他站着，两手插在兜里。
摆
What? Okay. Right.
仙境
在这个仙境里，一切都是可能的。
撬开
小偷试图撬开门锁。
不错
这个电影不错。
It's okay. That's okay. Okay is not bad. Don't even.
肺 信仰
他信仰爱和善良。
信仰. Like, how do you look up to? That's not a man. Forget. Thought it was. Oh no, Bao Yi. Bao Yi Fu Feng. What? Is it Ye? Oh, Bao Wan. Wait. Oh no, by one. Yeah, by one. By one. Oh. Hold up. I don't know what I typed. What? Huh.
玉
That's not a barrister wig, that's a headdress. It is. Yeah, it's a printer. I'm just gonna call it a. It's fine. It's fine. Same difference. Or could it be a range? Huh. No, it's like the whole thing. How do you do the whole thing? How do you look up and follow, like believe in? Oh, believe in works. Trust is another one, but we'll go with it. I one fool. One. Pretty sure that's a millionaire. Huh. What? What's like trusting someone? Believe in. Oh, wow. Wow, cool. That isn't the first time that's been a problem. Oh, by one fu feng. Oh no, I think I've gotten everything mixed up. By Li Fu Feng. What in the world is going on? I think that's a... It's kind of like a deadline. How is this not what I think it is? Going on?
挖库
Oops,
他经常挖苦我的能力。
我的能力。I don't know what that is. Huh. Dungeon. Hmm.
蒙 届时
届时他会把计划告诉我们。
At that time, it's fine. It's a designated time. Really? Huh. Oh no, that's dumb. Ooh, wait. What? I have no idea what the heck is going on. I'm pretty sure I covered all of them. Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't learn anything. Oh, I typed Fung like 8 billion times. Okay. That's fine. What? Four, three. What happened here? Oh.
坤 整
Like the whole? It is like the whole. Like entire. Yeah. Whole. Okay. Oh, this is Lee.
力
The what? What? Oh, 米粒。
死刑，
死刑在一些国家被废除了。
赤字，
我们必须减少赤字。
Oh, that's mortar. Mortar. Okay.
风筝，
风筝挂在屋顶上了。
I don't know what this is. Jincha. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks. 长挖苦我的Oh, dig at to make a dig at. Oh no. What in the 他的是他的他的什么他的 something e 易被 something 快乐 It's like the no sign. J. Oh, not quite J. I can't remember what the no sign is for. I feel like it has something to do with Bart Simpson.
昌，刑事，
这是一个刑事案件。
抹茶，
抹茶口味很独特。
I thought it was Renton. Oh no. I almost feel like this is more like a J. Yeah. This is really disappointing. This one is pretty disappointing. I really thought it was yeah. Or at least yeah. Or is this yeah. Oh heck, it's a G? Oh, because of the bamboo. I don't know how I'm gonna distinguish that. I'm gonna take this as a pass. Passing on this. Oh, you know what? Maybe we'll do a thing where we couple. This is probably model or edit records. Okay. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Viet. Yep. The borrow. We gotta link it up with Viet. That's what threw me off the whole time. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, even though it's already passed. Yeah. How was your Thanksgiving? How did it go? What was it like?
米粒、
这颗米粒掉在桌子上，
Ice cream.
碱、灰、牛栏、
农场里有一个大牛栏，
百万富翁、
他的生意让他成为百万富翁。
吉、
There's no chance. It is full. Oh, what did I type? I think we should. Oh, needs. I'm gonna get rid of no sign. No sign is not. Oh, I might have typed on instead of faux. I swear it's... Huh. Came back from your professor's house. There's not much American food actually. The only one you can say is turkey. Otherwise, yeah, mostly Chinese food. That sounds about right. That definitely checks out with suspicions. Were there rice cakes? Oh man, rice cakes. That's usually something I look forward to. Did they use any other red things? My parents prepare like rice cakes, fish and lobster. Fish and lobster. If it was like for second gen peeps. Outside of the turkey. Maybe even get another thing like a roasted chicken or duck. What? Oh, I missed the G. What? Oh, Tong. Sure. What's going on? Let me see.
金鱼、
那条金鱼快死了，
And another interesting dish is shrimp and pineapples with mustard sauce. Can't tell where it is from, but you like it. A mustard sauce as opposed to pineapple. Pineapple shrimp with coconut? Oh, no, that's probably not. Was it sweet or was it tangy? Like, what I mean is, was it like mustardy mustard, like a tangy thing, or was it sweet? The thing that I remember is pineapple shrimp. Probably pineapple shrimp, but I don't remember it being a mustard. So that could be different. If it's what I think it is, it's American. If it is what I think it is, but it doesn't sound like it. The mustard is the thing that throws it off.
"通知滑翔
滑翔需要
飞翔
鸟儿在天空中飞翔，
上旬
我们计划在上旬旅行。
那行。You had 包子 okay. Okay, 包子 something else. 炒面 and 蔬菜 what is the last thing? 蔬菜 something for main foods. Shrimp is sweet and a little salty and a bit from mustard you get. Interesting. I don't know what that is. And so custom. What is the vegetable dish at the end? I don't remember what that is. Hold up. What type of vegetable it is? Oh. Oh, is that what that's what it's called? Shuchai Bing. The shrimp thing is really interesting. I don't know what that is. Why don't I know you? Don't remember the green. There's so many of these right now. Turkey was good. You heard it would be dry, but it was not. It was flavored very well. That's solid. Turkey can be a hit or miss for sure. Oh, this is fun.
缝 麦芒
他用手摸了一下麦芒，感觉很刺手。
否决
他的提议被否决了。
Like vetoed, negated. Okay.
大臣
大臣向国王提交了报告。
海军
他是海军的一名水手。
I don't understand. Oh, whoops. Okay, never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I kept typing 4 at the end. Even though I keep saying 认真, I keep saying 认真 and I'm like, I don't see how it's wrong. Not 认真. Man, today is filled with badness. Finger. What? Did you have cranberry sauce? Was there cranberry sauce there? That's something. Do you have anything that had cranberry sauce? Oh, what was for dessert? What did you eat for dessert? A fruit tart? Sometimes a fruit tart is pretty classical. My father got some bolo bao from like the Asian mart yesterday or the day before. I had a pretty decent bolo bao. Cranberry, yeah, cranberry sauce. It's the red stuff. It often comes in like a log. It kind of looks like a log and you like slice it like this. And it's red, the cranberries. They usually come in like a bottle like this. There's like a ocean spray, like the labels like this. They're just red circles. They kind of look like cherries, but they're not cherries. And the cranberry sauce is not really a sauce. It's just a block of... It's kind of like a jam. It's just like a block of things. Or maybe even stuffing. I imagine the turkey had some sort of stuffing inside it. That's kind of interesting. I wonder what kind of turkey it was. Oh, we didn't have that. Is that like a roll? It's supposed to be a roll. So you're gonna have to... It's difficult to... You know a can, right? You know how a can good when it's like a liquid and then you pull it out of the can, it's like the shape of the can. It's basically cranberry jam. It's like a cranberry jam, but it's a log because it's usually coming from a can. And it's not because people make it in different ways. The can part is like part of the Thanksgiving turkey. You had a 粽子, okay, 粽子 and tiramisu. Really? Tiramisu. That's pretty exotic. Oh, is it in the... Oh, yeah. That sounds like an awesome Thanksgiving. What about the students? Like, how many people were there? Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out what is this. Heck. Oh, I think it's just fun.
算盘、
我不知道如何使用算盘。
算盘? Is this an abacus? Probably an abacus. Tiramisu was handmade by one of the students. Ah, nice. Oh, what? Oh, it's not fun. I don't actually know what that is.
水煮蛋、
早餐吃水煮蛋很好。
You had 10 plus guesses? Man, guess? Oh my. That's quite a large party. I added a G. Oh, is it? No, this is 打扮.
打扮、
他喜欢打扮成超级英雄。
I thought this was. Oh my good. Wait. Hold up. Huh. Oops. I just realized that it's been so long that I typed the tone for that.
认真、
我要认真学好中文。
Or recognize or earnest. Oh. I don't know about Rinjin. We'll just pass. Fine. For today. Is cranberry sauce texture like jelly? It is. It's like jelly.
佛、你、
Oh no. What did they use for that? Oh no. That's shui? No, chu. Qi. Chu. Qi.
好人、
好人不会伤害别人。
It looks I'm indifferent. It tastes like jam, like a jam. it's something that is often served next to turkey. So I was kind of curious. Did you have mashed potatoes? Mashed potatoes are usually something. Mashed potatoes usually a lot in cheese and butter. It sounds like you said bread. Yeah, bread, fritters, rice things, and then some shrimp. Interesting. I'm kind of really interested in that shrimp dish. That sounds delightful.
沾，门口，
门口不是很大，
色，多媒体，
学校里有一个专门的多媒体教室。
Did you guys do anything after, or was it a meal and deal? Uh-oh. I've lost everything. Wait. Okay. What the?
连声，
连声称赞，
Like repeated sound. No mashed potatoes. You also heard stuffing, but haven't tried. How do you like that? I think stuffing is probably the thing that my parents enjoy. I enjoy starch. Starch is good. So the classic Thanksgiving is usually, like, what I mean is the Americana Thanksgiving in the friends that I had is the turkey. The turkey is usually like kind of, oftentimes is trying to keep as buttery and watery as possible, like juicy, right, and moist. And usually the mashed potatoes are very heavy and it's very starchy and buttery, and then the gravy is greasy and like really heavy. So the cranberry sauce is used to balance out the potatoes and the gravy. And then the stuffing is largely bread. It's like breadish things to soak up like gravy, mashed potatoes, and it's supposed to be mixed together. And then that's kind of the, and then you have some sort of dinner roll, like a bread thing on the side, like an actual roll where you spread butter. So oftentimes turkey, like a Thanksgiving dinner, is very mild. It's incredibly mild. So it's heavy, but it's also very mild. There's not a lot of flavors on there. However, the thing that you described, that sounds more like what my parents usually engage in. If we do celebrations and like if people wanted to meet up, it would be like a combination of whatever goes. So it would be 2/3 Chinese and 1/3. So usually there would be duck, a full fish. So like ginger, you know, your standard Hong Kong, probably like Cantonese, kind of Cantonese style fish, which is completely steamed, and then you have spring onions, ginger and garlic. So ginger, garlic, spring onions, fish, and then lobster. Lobster would be the other thing that is like not really Chinese, but more like mixed between Chinese and weddings, like the wedding lobster. where it's still ginger, garlic, and green onion lobster. And then we would have starches. Starches would be rice cake, scallion pancakes, and then 火锅. We would have 火锅. Standard fish balls, 3 types of fish balls, 2 meat, 2 fish, right? Yellow, right? Yellow, white fish balls. Then you have beef balls and whatever the other beef ball is with the tendons in it. And then finish off with veggies, lots and veggies. Then dessert would be like an egg tart. It would be, or not an egg tart, but a fruit tart. And it's one of those like flat things with an arrangement of fruits going in circles. Your classic fruit tart. Yeah. I like I'm a potato person. So my parents are not potato people. Actually, potatoes are, it's kind of funny because potatoes are like, you know, where you are, the Midwest, and where I am, potatoes are like the major thing. I think potatoes are more prominent everywhere we find rice, you know, like as in Chinese, find rice. Anytime you have an opportunity to eat rice, you could be eating a potato. That's usually my thought. And I did grow up on a really big potato diet. Oh, and corn. Corn is something else too. Corn, either on the actual hut, like corn on the cob, or some sort of sweet corn thing. That's something that usually is really distinctive. So I basically named all the items that my parents and our friends would not have on the Thanksgiving dinner table, and it would be like a friend. Tiramisu is actually quite common. Yeah. It's kind of neat. Have you had mashed potatoes before? Jiao? Like different types of mashed potatoes? There's this one type of like, it's not quite mashed potatoes, but it's called scallops. And it has nothing to do with scallops, I think. It's called cheese scallop potatoes. I think that's what they're called. And it has nothing to do with a scallop, scallop potatoes. Yeah, scalloped potatoes. And I guess they're called scallop potatoes because they look like scallops. Like they're cut to the shape of a cheese scallop potatoes. Absolutely delicious. Like, and it's usually in a casserole. So it would look like one of these containers. And then you'll see like it'll be arranged like this. So they're cut into like medallions basically. You know how scallops look like this? Right? Scallops, and then they're just piled on, and then there's gonna be like cheese baked into it, so it'd be like a casserole with cheese baked into it. It's so delicious. Scallop potatoes are amazing. It might be an acquired taste, but I don't know how do you take your cheese? Do you like cheese? No? I think cheese, my parents can take it or leave it. They're not cheese people. Cheese is definitely quite a Western thing that has been adopted into over the years. Sounds like a very systematic combination for Thanksgiving meals. Yeah, I think much like Chinese cooking, you know, how traditional cooking like 粽子, 包子 and stuff, when they're really calculated. And I think hot pots and stuff things that have been done for like over hundreds of years, they tend to be very calculated. They have their charms, but I don't think they're as exciting as a lot of people. Like, it depends on, you know, there's a lot of palate dependency. The thing about Thanksgiving dinner, at least the American Thanksgiving dinner, is that it often makes you feel tired and sleepy, but it doesn't like wreck your bum. Like, it's low in spice. Like, spice, it's something that is incredibly digestible. So pretty much all of the things on the Thanksgiving dinner is high in starch and not going to destroy your stomach. It's incredibly balanced to feed for the fall. Like, you can kind of feel where Thanksgiving has came from, where it's getting cold, and how would you get warm in the cold season? So when the Chinese families that live here, they usually go to the same things, just warm versions of everything. So huoguo is a fall thing, so that's what we do. And then you do most things that are in the cold. So it'd be like soups, high starches, your very fortune New Year's kind of stuff. For the activities, you just ate and talked. Before eating, you played some billiards. Interesting. They had a pool table? Your professor sounds like a... Your professor sounds like a big deal. I'm not suggesting they're trying to be, but your professor sounds amazing.
水渠
农田旁边有一条水渠，
醋
What is... Oh no, that's CI. What am I doing? CI. What am I... I'm not even looking. Hopefully you get more. You had mashed potatoes, but how can this have... how can this have different variants still shocked you? You mean like... Is it any different for Thanksgiving? Probably not. It's probably very similar. Mashed potatoes aren't the most exciting things. Have you had sweet potato before? I know Brie mentioned sweet potato in her Thanksgiving dinner. Sweet potatoes are amazing. I don't actually know what sweet potatoes are called in Chinese. And there are different varieties of... oh, it's just ganshu. Yeah, that makes sense. Sweet potatoes. Ganshu. Oh, like scallop potatoes? Yeah, scallop potatoes is amazing. It's definitely going to kill... It's definitely gonna make you sleepy, that's for sure. But yeah, was there... ganshu is a very popular substitute for the mashed potatoes and stuff. Oh, you did? You had... Oh, roasted sweet potatoes? Okay, okay. Yeah, that is a staple. Yeah. Like roasted potatoes or roasted sweet potatoes. Okay. Very neat. You would say... Oh yeah, I remember hearing about this. Interesting. Oh, like the color. So they went with the color of the potato. I see. Roast and so what is that? Yeah. Oh. Wait, no. I don't actually know. Hold up. I see red, but I don't see. Is it roast? Oh yeah, cow. Yeah. Okay, cow hong shu. Interesting. So you added roasted. Are all red potatoes roasted? Are all sweet potatoes roasted? Interesting. What do you call a baked sweet potato? Yeah, I wonder what you call a baked potato. Okay, hang on. Barbarian and tree. Why am I not barbarian and tree? What? Is that a slave? Servant? Oh, only way to say sweet potato. Oh, that's interesting. I was not aware of that. Alright, I'm not really focusing very well.
海鲜
他对海鲜过敏。
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
“蜂巢
蜂巢里有蜂蜜，
I think steaming is fine. It's pretty much steaming. Sort of. I figured that could substitute for both baking and steaming. Is there a separate word for steam? I mean, baking? All I can think about is 做. Like 做红薯 or something. I don't have a very specific one. I'm taking a page from Japanese. Oh, or maybe like whatever ya is. Whatever ya like like yakiniku kind of situation. Oh no, but that's closer to grilling, but it does sometimes include baking. I have no idea. What am I screwing up there? That's definitely barbarian. Right? So... Oh no, it's not barbarian. What am I talking about?
梯
What? Hold.
静
What? Oh, actually. Let me translate. Roast and bake are both. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like Jiao, that reminds me of like yaki, you know, like the ya I forgot what they use for yeah. I think it might actually be the same character. Oh no, it's a related character. It has something to do with wait. Hold. Hold up. It's I forgot what the left side is. I'm pretty sure it's fire. Oh yeah, I think it's the same character. It's just that the simplified version is that. I forgot what's underneath here. There's something underneath here. But like yaku. Yaku, right? I think that's the same reason where it's bake, roast, grill, all of them put together. Although I don't. Yeah, that character. Is that the same character? Are those supposed to be equivalent? I don't know. Not sure. What was the bottom? It was like a fence thing. And I swear. Yeah. Simplified. Oh, it's not. Wow. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's not the same. Okay. It's fun guessing. I really like guessing and making sense of the characters. It's like all the characters tell stories now. What? Hold up. Is that like soft power? What the? Okay, hold up. Shirley. No. Oh, wrong. Yeah, wrong. Shirley. Right? Oh, whoops. I'm thinking of a mix of Japanese.
喜爱
Are these supposed to be gloves?
如雪
他在学校研究儒学。
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. It's nice to have someone else's like lens into Thanksgiving. I didn't do anything this year. My parents didn't randomly like say, "Hey, do you have time? Well, let's go and meet up with some people." So I basically did this. Same dealing. I'm usually very thankful most of the time though. Isn't too much.
绝
I like hearing other people's events. Bree had a Thanksgiving dinner with her partner's mother. I was hosted by her partner's mother. Standard affair. One of the highlights was this cute little adorable outfit on one of the doggos. Oh, no. You are not good.
帽
Okay.
赶
How's everything else going? Are you almost done with the semester? I don't know how this works anymore. I'm guessing you have like one more week of class, then you have reading week or something like that. I don't actually know how the end of the year works.
侧面，
房子的侧面有一棵大树。
虫，
What is this? Ugh! I don't know what that is. Hold. Oh, that's Ja. I don't know what's going on here. Huh. Heck. Oh no, that's Mao. Mao Twin. It took me a while.
零，
Hmm. Hmm.
软实力，
Oh, whoops. I need to silence that.
矛盾，
他的看法很矛盾。
Contradictory? Paradox? Okay. Alright, cool. Oh no. I'm gonna say B poor. Dang it! I don't. Oh no. So, I'm clearly. Oh, what am I doing? That's not even. Okay, it's fine. You did some investigating about roasting and baking, and simply roasting is for the crispy exterior, and baking is the soft mouthfeel. Yeah. I guess they're the same thing. So you get both in the potato. That kind of makes sense, actually. I swear, this is like the hills and compass. Not like. Oh, I typed. What did I type? Did I type Feng? Oh man, I don't think I typed. Did I type Feng or Feng? No, I did type Feng too. Is that not what I typed? I might have typed Feng the entire time instead of Feng. I could have sworn I typed fun. I didn't learn it. We'll call it a pass.
经
Yeah, just to like stop basically,
防止
防止火灾。
or to guard against. But... You have 2 weeks to go. This semester is closed. Ah, okay. Okay. 逼什么？哦。What is the accent? Yes.
逼近
台风正在逼近我们的城市。
台风正在逼近我们的城市。Oh, kind of like force across or push across. Like, go press across. Yeah, okay. Fine. Just use push towards something. Push in a direction. What did I say? Push towards? Oh, not push towards. How do I press? They use the word press instead. I don't think about press. I really thought this was... Oh yeah, I'm just messing up on the right hand. 装饰
装饰
这些彩带用来装饰桌子。
装饰 What?
彩
I have to look at that again.
"刺眼
刺眼的光让我头痛。
Yeah, it's like glaring. Okay, it's fine. I don't remember how I did the mortar and pestle thing. Oh no. What is that? Today's been a little bit rough. Yeah, decoration. Guess decorate is fine. Fair enough.
稳氧气
我们呼吸氧气。
邻邦
这个邻邦经常帮助我们。
甘心
我们甘心等待结果。
Oh, wait.
"家
Oh, superb, I guess. Wait. So Ja was... Okay.
包崭新
这是一个崭新的开始。
白馒头，
我早餐吃了一个白馒头。
Okay.
椰子，
他用刀劈开了椰子。
Oh no. Oh.
白昼，
白昼很热。
汁，盖，木桩，
我在花园里插了几根木桩。
Oh. What did I do there? Oh. Okay. What? What? Oh no.
昼夜，
动物昼夜活动。
炸，
What? Hold up. Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. That is not it, Chief. What am I looking at? Oh, wait.
四，
Heck! Oh, I thought I was fine. Okay. We gotta dig.
再取，
他在取后，一切都变得更好了。
乌，
Heck! Oh, why not?
.怀孕，
Okay, hold. Dang it. Dang it.
筐，
Oh, okay.
椰子油，
椰子油非常香。
Nope.
砍，钠，哀，
Where is that hill coming from? Or a mound? Hmm. Huh. We had so many of these. Oh, Not that. Right? Come back to it.
狂妄，
他是一个狂妄的小子。
Oh. I mean, 更新的结果。
猛，
Oops, I missed that.
催，愁，
Just like anger, animosity. I think we're okay. Revengey. I can basket. I don't know what's going on with this. Isn't it to be willing? Oh yeah, okay. Fine, fine. That's fine. All right, I think we're gonna give up on this. I've lost the hill entirely. I don't know, like, what it is, and I don't think I've incorporated the mortar and pestle yet. All I can think about is Dao. Xian. Oh, Pitfall. Ooh, that's a bad one. Because it doesn't look like it. I'll have to change something about that one. Oh, this was definitely got in. Oh. 每个人都有自己的Does that even? Oh no, I thought this was something else. That's not right. Is it?
岗位，
每个人都有自己的岗位。
How does that work? Like, post. Okay, position. Okay, that's fine. uh. YOLO? Oh, that's a bad YOLO.
县
I was nowhere close. This, not even close.
大棚
我们去了一个大棚，
I literally asked myself in my head, what the heck is a da pung? And all I could think about is greenhouse.
屡次
这件事屡次被提起。
Heck.
枚举
我无法枚举所有的问题。
wait. 我无法枚举所有的问题。Oh, dang. That's enumerate is gonna be terrifying. Oops, I
他
should
握
have
紧了
silenced.
拳头。
YOLO? Okay. That's not good. Uh,
汉 T 斩首
古代的罪犯常常被斩首。
寻
it is like 10, or I guess it's 10. Groups of 10. What the? What? Wait.
祈福
他去教堂祈福了。
Oh no, that's wait. What? Oh, okay. Hang on.
迄今
这个项目迄今没有完成。
椰子水
椰子水是一种天然的饮料。
电 桑树
一只猫在桑树上。
妹
Say what? Oh, is it qua? It's not qua. Ha. I have no. Gotta think about that one. Yikes.
肇事
肇事司机逃离了现场。
The worst looks getting difficult. It's okay. That's good. That's causing it. A culprit. Culprit is good.
扯
What? Oh wait. Cause? Cause matters? Like cause something to happen, cause incident. Okay, that's fine. Fine.
旱灾
这次旱灾影响了许多农民。
零零有 Viet. Oh no, that's not Ling. It's hold up. Wait. That's B. Maybe like courteous. Bing有
彬彬有礼
Okay.
胚胎
胚胎
医生检查了胚胎的健康状况。
徘徊
徘徊
他在房间里徘徊不定。
酣睡
孩子们都在酣睡中。
Wait, oh, sleep. Okay. Hold.
宽恕
我们必须学会宽恕自己。
Where the heck is the finger spray coming from? Oh. 浙江.
浙江
It's
他
just
在浙江读过大学。
I really thought this was qua. Handle. Oh, is it way of a bee sting? I don't know what that is.
卤
In Lu. Oh, speaking of Lu, that's probably the gravy I was talking about. Oh, we already have it. So it's like pray for blessing. What? What? I'm just gonna add this. I don't use prepositions anymore when I'm typing. I'm typing English answers. Ain't got room for prepositions. Let's see. How did I screw this? Oh, this is qua. Qua.
跨
Qua. Sorry, this is qua, which is So I have no idea what the other thing is. Huh. Heck. Oh man, this one's rough too.
差
Diverge. Those are new. They're new.
肇事者
要是
目击者指认了肇事者的车辆。
Heck! I totally just went for it and I totally got bopped.
乘
Okay. Alright. I can figure this out. What do you look like? You kind of look... No, you don't look like a chi. Do you? Okay, okay, hold up. Handle. Oh, is it? Oh, no, it's not.
« 尾 福
Oh, no, it's yen. Dang it. Why do I feel like this is yi?
义
Because it is yi. Yi. Towering. Whoops. I need to silence it. Oh. Yato. Shandong Xing.
煽动性
请避免使用煽动性的词语。
采
Heck! Oh my gosh. I'm adjusting so poorly to the
丙
adjustment.
级
这是一个丙级考试，很多人都通过了。
Alright, hold on. Hold on. It's not that. That's... No. And it's not... No, it's not that either. It's not that either. I'm like, I have so many versions with it. Yeah, I am giving. No, I wasn't close. Xiao wasn't even close. Okay, so I need something to attach to Xena. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I was nowhere near. I was going off different things. I wasn't even close. Not even the initial or the final.
爱
Oh, this one. That's gonna be bad. Okay.
朽
I'll think about it. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know whose fingers those are. All of these mortar and pestle things, like that stuff is not hitting right. Outside of Zhuang. That's not Zhuang. Pretty sure the other one is Viet. Yeah, I don't know whose fingers those. Kirby's? Oh no, it's Pinch. We worked on this the other day too. Still not working. Pinch. This has no vocabulary word. Oh no, there is a. Oh, it wasn't even introduced yet. Sucks.
肩
Yeah. Don't know. Whoops. What? Oh. Oh, no. Wait, I encoded this improperly. It's the front. Oh. Oh, man. That's even incorrect. I even incorrectly remembered it from yesterday. Okay. So we gotta really correct this.
掐
This is Yin.
眼
Or lane gate, not land gate. Lane gate.
煽动
煽动暴力是不合法的。
丫头
这个丫头很淘气。
Oh, I mean, it came out to be about an average day. I don't really like average days anymore, though. I don't want slightly above average days. What's an average day? This excess characters in face of lack of vocabulary is kind of starting to drain on me here. All right. So what do we got? Drill. What do you look like? You don't look. Oh yeah, you do actually. Yo. Han. You're a Han, right? Yes, you're a Han. Today we got some decent ones. After I said that, I now I'm drawing a blank. We'll come back. Ooh, you look like a wool. You don't look like a T at all. Diao is good to go. Jue is good to go. Surprisingly, Bai is kind of memorable. Jin is fine. This does not look like Bai. Actually, this is the newest component. Don't really. All right, and then what happened here? Oh. Does look like a show. Things are starting to look like themselves, so that's kind of nice. What in the world? Hold. Yoxing. It's anxious, but what do they use for anxious? Could be worried. Okay. Daigong. Yep. Oh, there's Sing Sing. Ye Liang. Oh no. Ye Liang. Ye Lan. Whoops. Wait. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, Ye Liang. Not Lei. Ye Lan. Ye Liang. Hmm. Zhuangzhu. I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing lately? How have you been?很老。感觉按料眼睛转什么？转带转带是哦，很累 ，right？ Yeah， 累的转带。是。Shang is really weak. Zhuangzhu. Yeah, tie up. Okay. We got Jimmy Neutron, who's in the basement of the bakery. Oh, practicing all sorts of what is this? Moxie Bushin? Yeah, Moxie Bushin. Oh my gosh, Moxie Bushin. He's doing a secret experiment from long ago. How using burning things for medicinal purposes into the baked goods. Oh my gosh, Moxie Bushin. You're pretty good, just came back from birthday vacation. Nice! You went to Phillip Island, which is below Melbourne. Saw some amazing animals like koalas and the little penguins. Aw, nice. How long were you there for a vacation? Phillip Island, huh? Very nice, very nice. Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. Right. 生日快乐. Right. お誕生日おめでとう. Feliz cumpleaños. Went there on Wednesday. I see. koalas, huh? Bathroom. Pawn shop. What is he doing? He's this is welding, right? No, defend. I bought some special syringe magical cream thing to apply to his finger to defend him from the sun damage, the drought, in the drought. So, what's up for the holidays? Holiday season coming up. What do you typically do, being an eclectic multicultural background? What do you do for the Christmas time? We have Charlie Brown, basement of the bakery. Poor Charlie Brown being told to work the fire, keep an eye on the grain stocks, keep an eye on the grain stocks. But unfortunately, while he's keeping an eye, it's not a good time down there. Yeah, Walter White. So Walter White is in the basement of his house. Basically having his hands covering the mouth of a rat. And he gestures to his 5 fingers to try to pressure the guy to spill the beans. Your family here doesn't do anything for Christmas? You had to ask them last year or we could put the Christmas tree up? Oh, okay. I see. But Melbourne has a lot of things to do, like markets and a water show? A water show? I wonder what Christmas is like in Australia. I think we're forecast to see our first snow soon. Let me see. My joys of Christmas is typically just to run in the snow. It's not as exciting as it sounds because you can slip. Yeah, we're expecting snowfall soon. The first snows of the year. Or of the last or first of 2025, I guess. I guess technically the last snowfalls of 2025. Because January has snow. What do we have here? So we have Kirby. Curbster. Our curbster is in front of the house. What is Curbster doing in front of the house? Oh, he's doing some shenanigans. He's trying to infuse a pot of tea. I'll just say a pot of tea with the seven like herbs that he collected with using his sword, and he slurped it all up only to spit it all back out because it's really hot. Your family in the Netherlands has snow like a month ago already? Ah. Do you ever when was the last time you visited your family in Netherlands, or maybe the holiday or something? Did you go with your family to what is it, Phillip Island? Diddy Kong is outside of the barn. Oh yeah, this is him. He's still on that ridiculous slide. This time Don with his cape. And for whatever reason, he's just holding the cape in his mouth because he's a goofball. Monkeying around, as they say. We have Julius Caesar, who's in the electricity plant, which of recent he has conquered many Jues, and he's ordering his slender men to figure out which mountain or like peak place to place a flag, but he's stubbornly not able to decide. We have Bart Simpson, who is in front of the high school, where he found a what? It's a thing. What the buy? Oh, we're just gonna go with sword. He found a sword and grasped it in both his hands and start breaking everything. Breaking off things. Bart Simpson, what do you expect? Professor Xavier. Bathroom of the infirmary, where suddenly it was attacked, right? Attacked. Water, like all the pipes broke, water started spraying everywhere. It started flooding the bathroom. That's okay. I guess Professor X can hover his wheelchair, or basically the wheelchair can transform into a high-tech device. And yeah, that's actually it. Alright, we have George Costanza. This one's a little bit rough. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the high school, where he's, I guess, substituting for now. He noticed a bunch of hooligans. Hooligans got their fingers, their grubby fingers, on a drill. Right. But, of course, when George Costanza went to confiscate it, his clumsy fingers did more damage with the drill than the kids. Wait. But what was the definition? The definition was the rough part. It's like grabbing or something. Pulling. Pull. Man, this one's gonna be rough. Did I even write pull in it? I don't think I even write pull. Oh, who pulled out a drill and started ventilating. Okay. Instead of getting their hands on. Okay. Alright, and we got a bunch of things to go over. Alright. So the vocabulary. T. Oh. So how do we help out with T? Am I missing a stroke? I feel like plow has 4. Oh, T. Oh, T. Where are my records at? Oh no, it has a tree, that's why. That's why it looks. So we're gonna link G, which is, what is that? Records. Records with T. Which is borrow. Alright. And then faux. Faux. I don't think I need to change it. I think this one was unfortunate. I was thinking a no sign, a veto, or oppose, or ignore, or against. Negate. Man, maybe I do need to go and look at it. We'll go look at it again. Deal something with eating and stealing, maybe. Xian. Oh, Xian. Xian needs help. Pitfall. Xiu. Oh, Xiu needs work too. Man. Rotten. And Chia. Oh, I actually I didn't encode Chia properly either. This one's pretty rare. Or a rare error. Chia. How did Chia work? Pinch? All right. All right, let's go through these. So G and T is fine. Let's go to phone. What can we do with you? All right, we already got all the foes. Folding, 是否 and 否决 the 否决 veto 否定 fine deny and then whether or not sure. Okay, so we can elaborate on it. Photo snuck into the basement of the bakery to help himself to some by eating mouth in hopes of finding something to eat. There were a bunch of signs bunch of no signs prohibiting stealing, right, and eating in the basement. But Frodo is like, nah. Violated the signs by helping himself to some delicious croissants. As he was starving from his journey. Right. All right. Next one. And I think Violet, yeah, we do have Violet. Or go against or no, it's all fine. Xian for Pitfall. Now this one kind of just stinks, right? We're gonna use mortar and pestle. So Xena's in the bathroom of the pawn shop, having sorted through a pile of secondhand goods. She came upon a mortar and pestle that will allow her to make bait for a pitfall trap or game. Good trap or game. But she's in a bathroom right now, so that's kind of... maybe to clean out a mortar and pestle that will allow her to make bait that she purchased. All right. And so now we're talking about pitfall trap. All right, rotten. Using the handle to win to her dismay, the ingredients have... yikes. She's looking for ingredients for baked goods, right? For croissants. She discovered a bunch of ingredients have gone rotten. I guess I could use handle as in figuratively. So she handled the problem by discarding them in a... I don't know. By repurposing. By grinding the rotten materials with a handle cranked grinder or compost. It doesn't look like a xiao. Is there anything with a handle that actually reminds me of a xiao? No. Of course it doesn't. Man, the handle is so weird. What the heck? The closest thing I was thinking of is Tio. So, did I go over all of them? Call. Did go over that. It wasn't that. Oh, I didn't think of Hao having one. Tiao. I went over this. I didn't think of Ji. Interesting enough. Oh, I didn't think of Wu either. No, I didn't think of Kui. Oh, no, I did think of Kui. Call. Yep. Because Jiao just recently used that. Ping. I also think of Ping and Qua, which Qua ended up, or Kui. Qua, Kui. Qua. Showed up in the same group, so that was fine. And Siu always. So I got like I went through like half of these and still couldn't get to Tio. Crazy. And then Tia is gonna need work. Yes, for the talent show. I'm trying to make Kirby like do the talent show thing, but it's in the front. It's not. Oh, in the front line. I even wrote front of the auditorium. Hmm. Pinching is so not great. To roughly calculate. Ugh. There's another pinch. Yeah, these are the two that we're juggling right now. Actually, there's more than this. There's definitely more than this. Hold up. What did we go through? I didn't have to go to this. No. So Xian was lost, so that almost guaranteed that I lose. I remember Yan, but Yan didn't come up. So Qia and Xian was old, and our newest one is Yan and Qia and Yan. These are the three with hats, and they were back-to-back days. Zhuang was fine. And then I thought of Dao, and then Tao. So these were the two, and both Daos. So many. Why are you so? Okay, Kirby's in front of the auditorium. I don't know, maybe where he is trying to put on a show. But what does that have to do with a mortar and... Ugh. I don't know. It feels like I'm stringing together random things just because. Even my mnemonic is gonna be pretty random. Maybe where he is running around with his tiny hand stumps, fingers to pinch a pinch a bunch of ingredients out of the concession stand. And combine them using a mortar and pestle to try to make something edible. Yeah, I have no idea. That's gonna be a tough one for some time. I think at least 1% of the characters are kind of tough in general. Where are we at right now? I feel like this entire group is kind of feeling optional until there's an update. These are feeling kind of optional. Alright. Well, it's late enough. We yapped kind of a little bit too long today. Oh. Alright, it's past Thanksgiving, but let's end with a wonderful comment, right? I ended a little bit sappier every day as the years come to an end. So, to echo the last couple of days, today was basically American Thanksgiving stream. And usually during this time, I'm very reflective. I tend to talk about things I'm grateful for, things privileges I have, and how lucky it is to live in a time where you can do these type of things, content creation, etc. The thing that I typically want to reflect upon at the end of the year is what I did in 2025, right? And most of it is around WaniKani and HanziHero. I met some people, never hear from them again, right? But their stories tend to be integrated into everything along the way. I carry them. So far, currently, I'm in like constant dialogue with a couple people, which is really wonderful. They seem like they're trying to do things, get things rolling before the year ends. And in that way, I'm really thankful that I live in a period of time where stuff like this exists, because it seemed really dark and clouded back in the day. There are pros and cons to that. Sometimes when growing up, right, trying to empathize now that I'm older with the younger audience, there was a time when I lived adolescent life where it felt like the world was very small. So I guess what I'm grateful for is that idea that in a matter of a lifetime, right, not even my entire lifetime yet, that we could be doing this. I could be talking about American Thanksgiving in the concept of how it relates to everyone else who aren't American, right? And I tend to echo the idea, the spirit of a harvest festival, and being thankful for what you have, and maybe even hoping they continue to have those things, and constantly being grateful of all the things that led you to this point. That's kind of the spirit of Thanksgiving that I'm talking about. I think around the world there are different versions of this. They might be at the core of a lot of other holidays, and they don't necessarily about Thanksgiving. The idea of Thanksgiving is easily one of my most Americana choices. Like when people they ask like, oh, what type of time or holiday would you prefer to someone to visit the United States, for example? I think it's around fall, around this time during Thanksgiving. Not necessarily in the sense that it would be very accessible for tourists, but if you have someone or someone is hosting, things like that, Thanksgiving is a really wonderful time. It's now contemporarily, back in the day, it was about the harvest, right? Agriculture. We're talking about the 1700s here. And now the contemporary thing is something that I don't see very often anymore. Like, not even internationally or even around the internet. All the times of the year, at least in my opinion, it's more like people feeling entitled. They're self-entitled to everything. They take things for granted. And rarely do I see a lot of thanks. And when I mean thanks, I truly mean like even pleasantry thanks. Like, hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for saying something. That's kind of one of the, if not the cheapest and readily available, cheap as in not bad. It's more like cheap as in it's very affordable, right? It's one of the most reliable ways to get catharsis in mutual understanding when you thank someone or give a compliment, something like that. Now, it's cheap, so the effect is kind of subtle and whatnot, but it's also incredibly affordable. So for in the spirit of Thanksgiving, now that it has eclipsed by 2 hours local time, it's still Thanksgiving in the West Coast though for another 40 minutes. So for that sense, and all those who don't participate in Thanksgiving, etc., my thought is the spirit of Thanksgiving is something that I keep internally every single day. I say this day in and day out at the end, and this is the place where I say it. I'm incredibly thankful for the time I have in this world, right? And the people I've met, whether we argued or they found that they had better things to do with their lives. I mean, those moments are going to be carried. I'm gonna be using them. They have value, right? So it is really wonderful to wish everyone the best. Be thankful for the lives we have and the lives we have yet to live, right? The time that we have yet to live. It's actually, if I had to make a close competition, I actually like the idea of Thanksgiving even more than Christmas. I actually think Thanksgiving is the closest thing of why I like Lunar New Year, like Chinese New Year, because it's about, yes, we got lucky, we were healthy, let's wish for luck and health for the future. So to be thankful and know what we have is also to make sure that we preserve these things for the future. I think Thanksgiving is the closest thing, in my opinion, when I've been living in the United States, to Lunar New Year, which is Chinese New Year, and or specifically I'm referring to Chinese New Year since my parents are Chinese, in February sometime. I think it's still in February, how the lineup works. I don't think it's January next year. So that's what I wanted to say. But as always, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. You can follow along, pick up a HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think, and you're always welcome to Yap. Like, it doesn't have to be Thanksgiving. I just wanted to tell you I'm a little extra thankful on Thanksgiving. You are more than welcome to come on by, share. I will rapid fire questions. It's about trying to be grateful and be aware of the things you have. Sometimes that little thing, that little looking around, someone asking questions, you recalling the things, it makes those memories far more valuable. And showing that one of the greatest ways to show that you thank someone's presence is to engage with them. And that's kind of the last remark that I say every day. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, talk about your grievances. I don't even mind if you say you hate this, you hate that. I mean, people that I talk to constantly talk about how other people are greedy, how they don't trust anyone. Talk about it. It's a great way to offer a very cheap way, like cheap as in accessible. It goes a really long way. And Thanksgiving is one of those things that aren't even confined to, in my opinion, to a country, to a person, to a family. You go around. Actually, just to give an idea, what I used to do during Thanksgiving when I was able to is I go to a soup kitchen and serve Thanksgiving dinner to homeless. That's what I do. That's what I think of when I think of Thanksgiving. And you can kind of bleed it into Christmas, where whenever you're thinking about like the stereotypes, like the hot Hollywood or the cartoons of American lifestyle, it's often people who are very fortunate, who are very thankful, have their privileges. And during that time, despite what their motivation is, like, it does make me feel good to help people, right? And that's a bonus for me. It's you can say it's a selfish motivation, but I'm still helping people. I'm still being thankful for the things I have. So that's kind of the imagery I have about Thanksgiving. And it only happens on a single day. And then tomorrow, in like 6 hours, you're probably going to see a bunch of news about people overspending on Black Friday or something like that. It's kind of a weird time. And of course, I do like Christmas. I think from Thanksgiving to Christmas, it's kind of one thing in the United States. So hopefully everyone feels good. Even if they're away from home, they have friends, Friendsgiving, you know, Friendsmas. That's great. So until then, till next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Happy holidays!